What's going on, party people? As my man Uncle Freezy would say. Um, Gotta get the cup of Joe. Hopefully everybody's doing okay. Thank you for bearing with me. Had to try to do things a little differently this morning. Had to scramble and change locations. There's stuff going on here today, so you know how it is. Um, so hopefully this location is okay. Excuse the shelving behind me, but it is what it is. Gotta deal with stuff. So top of the morning to all of yous. Appreciate you guys. Happy Saturday. It's definitely just one of those days. And for whatever reason, I woke up this morning and my left eye has been bothering me. You know, like when you feel you got something in the eye, can't get it out. Can't get it out. It feels like it's getting worse. And it was fine up until about 5 minutes ago, of course. Now the damn thing's watering. I'll be okay, guys. I'll be okay. Anyway, maybe it's watering because of the Knicks, man. Because I just don't know what's happening with our Knicks. Oh, whew. Man, this is rough. Anyway, hopefully y'all doing okay. Thank you for tuning in as always. You could be anywhere, but you decide to wake up and tune into the Know the Lead Still Knick Fan series on Saturday morning. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you as always. Yeah, sorry. Okay. Yeah, I just can't stop looking at this damn eye, man. It's freaking leaking over here, folks. Anyway, see if we can get it together. In time, it'll be all right. Just right now, it's having a moment. We'll be okay, guys. Anyway, hope you guys are doing okay. Today is should be a fun Saturday. For those on the East Coast, especially in the New York area, the weather is going to be pretty nice today. They said somewhere around 55 to 60 degrees on February. What is this? The 12th? February the 12th. Yeah. Make sure I have my days right. Yeah, so definitely, man. Blink Fabian Williams says blink nonstop for 20 seconds, keep your eye closed, another 20 seconds. Okay, I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna try that as soon as I play the intro. See if I can if that'll work for me, brother, man, because this freaking thing is crazy right now. And good morning, Bodega Wi-Fi. Good morning, Philippe 210. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna try this in a minute. So yeah, you know, we got a lot of stuff to talk about. There's obviously some interesting stuff that's happening with this Knick team. There's always interesting stuff because we never know exactly what to expect. This Knick team is like Jekyll and Hyde, man. Who knows what we're getting? Who knows what we're going to see the rest of the season? But we can speculate. We can hope. You know what I mean? So, and you know, things have been changing the past 5 or 6 games. They've been well, Julius Randle has definitely been playing a lot faster. So we'll see how that translates. And I want to take a little deeper dive into what's going on with that because I have my theories about what's happening. So I want to see what you guys think about it. And also, the other thing is, I mean, nothing happened at the trade deadline, so we've kind of gotten accustomed to this, and now we have to say, okay, we've moved on, it's over, what's next, right? And just got to deal with it, man. We just got to deal with it. But we'll be okay, man. We'll make it through because you know what, we're still Knick fans through it all. We've seen a lot, we're gonna see more. So hang in there. Let me see. Let's see. These Ballin is in the house. The Caliente Kid is in the house. What's going on? Eli M is in the house. Appreciate you. These Ballin says, Ron, it's allergies. You could wear some sunglasses to calm it down as well. I might have to if it ain't working. You know, I'm gonna try it out. I got some prescription joints that I wear that are a little light, so you can still see my eyes. I may switch to that too. We'll see. Alawai says, peace. What's going on, brother? John from Still Knick fans. My other half, some might say my better half. Top of the morning, Knicks Nation. Salute to the chat. My big brother Ron, appreciate y'all. Real talk. As always, brother, as always. Julian Blum is in the building. What's going on, brother? All right. So you know what? Let me try to blink 20 for 20 seconds, and then we'll see what's going on while I play the intro. That'll give me a little time to see what we can do here. Get this all going, man. Because brother is not digging this. This eye thing is not right, bro. I don't like this at all. All right, we'll be right there. Where am I? Guys, are you guys still there? I got my eyes closed for 20 seconds. I don't know where I'm at. I'm trying to find myself like these Knicks are trying to find themselves. We're role playing now, folks. Where's the rest of our season going to go? Will we make it out? Are we swimming in something? Because we swimming in the deep. It feels like we're swimming in the deep. Okay, I'm back. Whew. All right. All right. Well, I ain't going to lie to you. I don't know if it got it, but the eye does feel a little bit better. So that's good. All right. Okay. We'll go from there. Crazy stuff, man. Crazy stuff. I don't know what to say, man. All right. So Visions is in the building. What's going on? Salute. So you know what? Let me put this link out. Get this thing going. All right. Cup of the Joe or the Joanne, whatever you want to call it. Man, this is crazy. I just want y'all to know that I know there's a lot going on, but I'm crying over the Knicks right now. This is what it really is. Sheesh, bro. Come on, man. I can't deal. Anyway, y'all, I hope y'all doing good, as I said. So, my whole thing is I'm curious as to what's going on with the Knicks right now. We see that Julius Randle is playing with a much faster pace. Like he's trying to get it. He's getting up and down the court. But I wonder, is that because Thibodeau made a change or is that Julius? I mean, I'm not going to take any credit away from any of the coaches that are on the sidelines. It could have been one of the coaches, could have been Johnny Bryant, could have been anybody that said, Julius, you know what? Maybe you should try to play with a faster pace. Get up and down. Forget what the team is doing. You get up and down. You know what I mean? Maybe that's something that he decided to do on his own. Because I don't want to give Thibodeau credit for something that I see one guy doing. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying he wouldn't instill that in one dude, but I'm just going off of, if you want to believe into the speculation and the rumors about what's happening with the Knicks and how Julius seems to be kind of butting heads with Thibodeau lately. I don't know if it's true or not, but whatever. If it is true, then that leads me to believe even more that whatever's happening with Julius as far as pushing the pace is not because of Tibbs. So therefore, the flip side is maybe Julius has been pushing the pace these last couple games or whatever, and then Tibbs is like, oh man, he's pushing the pace. You know what? We should use this. And so maybe now Tibbs is trying to capitalize, or not capitalize, but you know what I mean? Like incorporate the aggressiveness of Julius and him pushing the pace in order to help the rest of the team. Actually, you know what? I just thought of something else. So this is what happens when I'm here with you guys, man. ideas keep popping up. The other flip side of it is that, you know, we lost RJ right now, and I know this started before RJ went out, but RJ has had a lot of success trying to push the pace, trying to be more aggressive. So maybe Julius is like, you know what? Maybe this is my role now. I've got to kind of try to continue that and do the same thing that RJ is doing as far as being that aggressive to the hole and pushing the pace faster because we're moving too slow. And now the fact that RJ has been out, you know, maybe he definitely says, you know what, I got to be that guy because RJ's not here pushing it. I don't know. Whatever. It's all speculation, guys, but I'm just curious what you guys might think, because I think it's interesting that all of a sudden he's doing this and the Knicks seem to be playing a lot better basketball. For the most part, they can't do it for 4 quarters, but they've been doing it for 2.5, in some cases 3. And in this last game against the Warriors, it was basically for a full game. They played really good basketball. So take nothing away from them. Let me get my guy in here. See what's going on with him, how he feels on this day, chopping it up. What's going on? How you doing, brother?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
I'm leaking here, dude. I don't know what happened. Yeah, man. I don't know.
You got put on them Miami Vice shades, man.
I'm about to try it in a minute, brother. Crazy. Man. This is crazy, bro.
So I'm sorry, I didn't catch some of your dialogue right now. So mind recapping?
Yeah. No. Yeah, I was just basically saying that I'm curious as to what's happening with the Knicks right now. We've noticed that Julius Randle has been playing a lot more aggressively and pushing the pace in the last 5 games or so.
Yes.
And especially the last couple games, it's really evident. He's trying to move up and down.
Ever since the Laker game.
Right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I was wondering if this was Julius or if someone talked to Julius, because I don't want to give Tibbs credit for this because we haven't seen it all season, and it's not like it's something he's been. And the other thing is, I don't think he really wants to play too fast because for whatever reason, I feel like it hurts his defensive expectations as to what he wants to have them running out there, because it's more of a half court type defensive setup. And I think that, you know, the faster they move, it changes the dynamic of what he wants them to do on defense. So that's just my opinion. I don't know if I'm right or wrong, but the way he plays, that's what it looks like to me. So I'm wondering if this is all on Julius, and now Tibbs is probably trying to find ways to kind of, you know, work off of this. But I think this is Julius, and maybe, you know, who knows, Johnny Bryant or one of the other coaches, but I don't think this is Tibbs.
Yeah. That's some good points. And the first one I'll build with you with is that was this a Tibbs thing? And I don't think it matters who it is.
Mm-hmm.
I think what matters is that it's something that has to be done. Because if you look at all the successful teams inside this league and those that are contending, they have good pace, they have good offensive stats, and they also have very good defensive stats as well. So if those teams are able to translate on the offensive and defensive end to play with a good pace and to play with speed and stuff of that nature, then we should be able to do it as well.
Agreed.
Right. So, like, you know, if it's Tom that came up with it, if it was during a film session that somebody brainstormed something and it came up, I don't think it really matters. I think what matters is that it took 50-something games for it to finally be done. And, you know, I guess better late than never, if you want to go with that model, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, you know, you make a good point. At this juncture, it doesn't really matter. It's more of a thing that is it's frustrating and upsetting at the fact that it seems like something that's been working because they're playing better when it's happening.
Yeah.
And then you're like, where was this in the beginning of the season for all these games that we've been struggling and can't seem to find out what we're doing out there? We're grasping at straws. Each game is something. It's not each game is something different, but you know what I mean? Like we don't know exactly what's going on out there.
Yeah. And what I don't understand is that why I understand, like, in the last 4 or 5 minutes of a fourth quarter, it's definitely going to slow down. And it's definitely going to get half court. So why not try to implement the same thing that you see that has been working throughout the trip? I mean, we were still what 1 in 5 on the trip or something like that.
Right.
But regardless, it does look like a better product of basketball. So why not run that for the first half of that fourth quarter? So then you can put yourself in a better situation if you have to go half court. But the thing is that what I noticed with the fourth quarter is that it becomes very stagnant. And it becomes that same old action that Burks and Randle run, and Randle just gets it at the high post, and it seems like everybody's just hoping for the best. The problem is that all NBA teams know that that's going to happen. So you have to run action. You know what I'm saying? You have to run action to keep the defense not even keeled and to keep them off balance, to catch them sleeping, to catch them napping. Things that they did to prepare for in the film room or in halftime when they were discussing things and stuff like that. So you got to get creative. You got to be inventive too.
Agreed. Yeah, no, I'm with you on that, bro. Because for whatever reason, they've been struggling to find their way, and it's a shame because you know what? If it's always what if. So I don't want to do too much of it, but if they had been playing the way they've been playing these last couple of games against some of the other competition we faced early in the season, I mean, they could have put a lot more wins under that belt. So, dude, it's crazy. And
when you bring that up, right, it tends to a lot of the gripes of which we get on is the fact that why does it take so long to adjust? Why do you have to hit your head on the same wall at the same time every damn game in order for you to finally make some adjustments to certain things? And, I understand better late than never, but better late than never has also put us in a hole as well. And we got to, and with the tough schedule going on, that's going to be a tougher mountain to climb now because it's very obvious. And I guess we can get into this later, but just real quick, it's very obvious. They're hands down. They want to compete in the second half of the season. And a lot of that did not have to do with their direction. It also had to do with the fact that some of the contracts that they assembled together, they're not as friendly as people were trying to put them out to. And although some of us were trying to tell them that it's not as friendly as you think it is, but I guess they figured, hey, listen, we put ourselves in this spot. Let's at least go out and compete, try to make a play in and stuff like that, so not the season's not totally lost. So I guess we can get into that deeper later.
No, but I agree with you there. That I think that you're right about that because there's definitely something going on in the fact that. That's what happens when it seems like you don't necessarily know or you're not making it evident to those around, even to those that's on your team, what the direction is. Like they just, when you're not clear cut, this is the type of stuff that happens. A lot of dysfunction, a lot of wishy-washy stuff up and down. Like we don't know where you're going. The team doesn't know where you're going. The players, it looks like on the court, we've just putting bunches together. We're putting a pot and just throwing some ingredients and hoping something comes out tasting good. Yeah, and I don't know, man. But I mean, I know you guys. When you guys talked about it yesterday on Blorange Tears, I might have said, what did I say? I said something about the fact that, shoot, I said so many things. I don't know. And I just had the thought. I just lost me. Well, whatever. I'll skip it. I'll come back to it.
It'll come back.
Yeah, it'll come back. What I wanted to talk about is the fact that we finally got to see Cam in some meaningful minutes. I've been here preaching that we got to see Cam. Right now, I don't know if this is something that's going to continue. It'll continue today, I believe, but I don't know how long it's going to continue. You know what I mean? And I think he's a difference maker for us. He's a little erratic. Okay. The good thing is when you get to see somebody play, all right, you see he's a little erratic. I also think that it looks like he's not trying out there too much, but that's the way his game is. Like he's just,
I think that's his personality. Yeah.
Right. He's just a smooth player like that. It is what it is. And sometimes but then you also saw points in the game against the Warriors where he was being very active on the defensive end. He even almost he had 2 steal opportunities back to back. And I think he wound up getting the steal and then he got fouled or something like that. So when he wants to turn it up, he can.
Absolutely.
And I think that's something that the Knicks need to, like at some point, Tibbs has to say, you know what? We just want to win. Okay. This whole season has been kind of crazy. Maybe I've done some wrong steps. Maybe the players haven't stepped up the way they should. Maybe the front office hasn't given me everything I need. But if I just want to win, then I'm just going to go out there and play the guys that need to, that look like they're going to give me the best chance to do it. That's all we're asking for as fans. And that's all he should be thinking of as a coach.
Yeah. I mean, and I think that is his mentality. I think when Tibbs was hired, the mentality was that we're winning and that he's going to put out what he thinks is the most formidable a group of rotations out there that is going to get to that destination of a W. And I think that's always been Tom's mentality. And I don't think that mentality will ever change. You see?
Right.
But the thing that's a little flawed about his mentality is that sometimes he has agendas going on with his mentality, and sometimes it doesn't reciprocate to the whole team. So, like for example, with Cam, right? He's had to play Cam out of necessity, right or wrong. Okay, good.
Right.
So now it doesn't make a lot of sense because you only most likely will probably have Cam for this half a year until you decide how you're going to pay him. You see, but I got to see him play in order for me to thoroughly evaluate that. You see, so it becomes a thing, and this is why I try to tell guys that all win at all cost things is a dangerous game because you're leaving some things behind that have to be taken care of first. I can't have Cam rotting the bench and then me not get a thorough evaluation to decide what I'm going to pay him if I want to keep him. And also, I also have to think of the young man himself. And just in case I don't see him in my vision, he might be in somebody else's vision. You see, it's called being a good organization. It's like it's building like good rapport. You see, like players come in here, they're like, you know what? New York took care of me. And all of a sudden that starts buzzing around. Yo, New York takes care of you. They like where you go. Da, 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 da. It's just, it looks good for us in order to take care of our players. You see? Forget about agendas. Just do what's best for everybody. And so my point is that if you want to win now, that's fine. Okay, I don't agree with it, and we could have a whole discussion as to how I think that's completely wrong. But if that's the direction which you're going, which I already knew that, but if that's the direction you're going, then go ahead and do what you need to do in order to do that. If you're going to congratulate yourselves and pat yourselves on the back for making a play-in, congratulations, all power to you.
Yeah, that's the thing. And what you were talking about, like Tibbs's mentality with regards to winning. Only problem I have with that mission statement that Tibbs has when it comes to, you know, wanting to win games and do stuff like that. If your thing is I want to win games, then add to the mission statement, I want to win games by any means necessary, because that is the part that's missing. By any means necessary is what we're lacking here. So if he can incorporate that part, then I think we're good. I think, listen, a lot of fans, you know, have changed over the past, I don't know, I would say, honestly, maybe over the past 3 weeks, because there was fans who from day one, not day one, but like this year, were already starting to say, I want Tibbs out of here. I'm not loving Tibbs. He doesn't play the young guys. But it wasn't a big hoorah. You know, there was a lot of people like Tibbs is still a good coach. Give him time. We got to see what's going on. Yeah, but in the past 3 weeks, that level has gone. Like, you know, if it was pro Tibbs and underneath, we're getting, you know, we're starting to creep a little bit. It's definitely, the tide is changing. But if he just said, I'm going to play whoever is giving me the best chance to win and who is showing that they want to be on the court, I don't think any fans would have an issue with Tibbs, because we would see that consistency all year, and whoever's playing the best will be out there playing at any point in time. I think that is the biggest issue we have with him, because he's just not playing guys that could be doing better than the product that we're getting at any given time on the court. If Fournier is lighting it up in the first quarter, okay, you stick with Fournier. But if Fournier starts stinking and basically the team is taking advantage of all his defensive lapses and they cutting into the lead or taking the lead from us, you got to yank. You know what I mean? Like, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm asking for.
For example, I see in the any means necessary thing, I think that's already it, right? And I could disagree with that in a lot of different ways, and I'll show you 2 examples. One, having RJ Barrett. Now, fortunately, it doesn't seem bad. They mentioned it's a day-to-day. That's great.
Oh, well, yeah,
but
I see where you're going.
By any means necessary meant what? To keep him in the game with 30 seconds left when the game was completely out of reach, and you had already taken out Julius, Fournier, and Burks, I believe it was.
Right.
Why didn't RJ just go with them? You see, and he said it in the press conference. He said, we were down 13. I thought we had a chance to win. You see, so it's win with this guy, and not thinking, you know what? Let me get Deuce in here. This game's out of reach. Let me get Sims in here. Let me give him some minutes and stuff like that for them to become acclimated, because with these guys going down the way they are, we can't. Noel, you know what I'm saying? He hasn't even played consistently like 2 or 3 games, I think, the whole season.
Right.
So why not have Sims get as much spot minutes as possible? So when he does go against a Jokic, he's a little
Mm-hmm.
bit more better prepared. And I thought he actually played him pretty well. It wasn't bad. But you know, he could be better prepared next time. You see, like things like that. For example, and this is how you know agendas and biasness come into play. Why the hell was Evan Fournier guarding Klay Thompson?
Dude, I have no clue. Hold on. And you know, the funny thing is, you saying this now, I was saying this when I was watching it. Why
Me
the hell
too.
was Evan Fournier in the game at that point at all? Like, he shouldn't have even been a defender on the court. We had 11 seconds left, or whatever it was, a little under 10 seconds maybe, and you know they need to either hit a shot to tie or win the game.
Yeah.
Why would you even have an offensive player who lacks defensive ability like Evan Fournier in the game? I understand that we don't have any timeouts, and on the flip side, you want to give yourself an option. But listen, I think the bigger option is to get the stop since you are winning. You have the lead. So why not have a defender in there at that position? I thought that was a bad move. But then again, I don't know Tibbs' mentality. Maybe he overthinks things too. Maybe he says to himself, you know what? I don't trust Evan Fournier's defense, but Evan Fournier is a vet. And the one thing I think Evan Fournier is not going to do is foul him. Maybe he's thinking Evan's not going to foul him. But if I put one of these young guys in, that's what they'll do.
Hey, look,
I don't know.
Tibbs has been labeled as a defensive genius, right? And I'm just saying that's not a genius move.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, when I saw and Golden State caught it on right away. They said, "Oh no, we'll space it out. Clay's going to take Fournier," and I'm there like, "Oh man, this game's going to overtime." Right, and I mean, it was wide open. So you know, the Warriors did their job in getting the best shot possible. But it's these type of mistakes that should not be made, especially as many years as this man's been coaching. Especially
Right.
at this juncture of the season, you're already 3 quarters ahead of the way. You already know what you guys could do and what they can do in situations to put them in and situations not to put them in. So, you know, I mean, we could get to the positive stuff, but you know, you have brought up the fact of by any means necessary, and it just seems it doesn't seem that straightforward like that. There seems to be a lot of agendas, biases with it, and you know, it looks a little funky and gray.
That's a good point. That's a good point. And you know what? Let me speak to this real quick because I see Cully. Salute to Cully. See you, brother. I see Josh. I see you got a point in there too that I'm going to get to in a little bit. Cully said, Ron, that's Tibbs' favorite line. I play who gives me my best chance to win. You can't say that and go on losing streaks. It's disrespectful. I hear what you're saying, bro. And you know what? This is what I look. So when I'm saying what I'm saying in reference to what Tibbs is doing, let me clarify it. It's one thing to have that mantra that you're going to play who gives you the best chance to win. Okay, that could be your mindset going into every game. My issue is you have to adjust the mindset according to what's happening in a particular game. So you got to see, okay, well, this is what I want. I'm going to play who gives me the best chance going into the game. So this is my starting lineup. Fine. This is going to be my rotation with my bench. But as the game is going along, if you see that certain guys are not giving you that best chance to win, that is when the adjustments needs to be made. And he's not making those adjustments. That's where I have the issue. So that's what I want to say. That's all I'm saying about that. I don't agree necessarily. I agree that you should have that mentality as a coach who wants to win games. And listen, regardless of what's going on with the Knicks right now, we can't front that Tom Thibodeau still has a winning record. I don't know how many games he's over 500, but it's a good amount. So he knows how to win games in the regular season. But we just don't know, like, what does he do when he doesn't have the proper personnel? Like that Bulls team, at one point, that Bulls team was ridiculous. You know, they had a squad. When he went to Minnesota, he had some good players over there. Were they the best team? No. They needed some work. But who knows? Some people might say that team was better than our Knicks team right now. I don't know.
And
but,
if Cully is quoting Tibbs verbatim, I play who gives me my best chance to win. That sounds like a very selfish motive. Why wouldn't it be I play who gives our best chance to succeed? You see, like that's a lot different now. You see, because succession could come in a lot of different forms. You know what I mean? It could be to win a game thing. It could be a development thing. It could be a situational thing for a player to get out of a fire of a trial and tribulation they're going through. So it sounds very narrow-minded if he is quoting him verbatim.
Yeah, because I don't know exactly what he said, and I haven't heard, to be honest with you, just keeping it real, Knicks fans. I haven't heard a Tibbs press conference in a little bit, maybe like a week or two, because I'm it's kind of sick of hearing the same thing over and over. So I'm like, I need
Yeah.
a little break from Tibbs. I think that and the one thing that he did say that I did hear, because people keep pointing to it and you brought it up right now. I mean, come on, dude. I think like I watched 99% of that Knick game and I turned it off. It had to be at least, I thought it was 2 minutes left, but it could have been less than 3 minutes left in the game when I cut it off and RJ got hurt. You're down 13 with 3 minutes left. Like, what are you doing? Come on, what we doing here?
And keep in mind, the bench was big and cutting that lead down. It wasn't the starters,
right?
So
right.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm a little lost on that too. I don't know why Tibbs. I don't know what Tibbs' mentality was with that, and I don't know when he's gonna get it. Like one day he's got to get it. He's got to say, you know what, I gotta go. I gotta ride for these guys who are playing hard and giving me their all, and they're the ones that are keeping us in these games. I gotta take care of my guys. Like at some point, after what's happened with Derrick Rose and all this stuff, I know that's a long time ago, and he has changed a little bit since then, but not enough. Not enough when you think about it. So yeah, I don't know. That's crazy. I think we've kind of speculated, earlier in the season. All these guys have been dealing with different types of pressure. Randall's been under pressure. We know he threw RJ under the bus for RJ's lack of effort. RJ took it like a champ, and in actuality, he started playing better after he said that. Then he had some ruts, and now I think he's in a spurt where he's been playing his best basketball in quite some time. But
maybe his whole career.
Right, exactly. So guys have been going through different things and under pressure. So maybe Tibbs is starting to crack a little bit. He's having some. I mean, I think he'll reel it back in, but maybe he has some moments where he's starting to kind of lose his way a little bit. Because I don't understand that reasoning and that rationale with that amount of time left. And the game was pretty much out of reach. Now, if you want to tell me it was 6 minutes left and RJ got hurt at that point, okay, because
I can't hold him to that.
Run. Yeah, but not with less than 3 minutes left. That don't
30 seconds, Ron. It's less than 3 minutes. It's 30 seconds.
Is that when he got hurt with 30 seconds left?
30 seconds. Yes.
Oh my, yo, come on, man. All right, whatever. Okay, all right, Tibbs. You got it. I'm like, okay. Anyway, Josh, aka Uncle Fulio. If you guys haven't seen the controversy, definitely check out Josh controversy on the Nothing But Knicks network. It's a very informative show, and it's not a show that is lack of controversial topics and opinions. So it's a fun watch. Anyway, Josh said that Cam has a qualifying offer next season, so Knicks don't need to make a decision this offseason. And if that's the case, that kind of explains why we're the only ones as fans like, yo, what is going on? We're like, why aren't they playing Cam? Like, we see a necessity, like there's a need here to see what we got. But if that's the case, maybe they're in no rush and they don't, so that would explain their behavior, because it's really odd. How do you trade for somebody then don't play him? It's weird.
Thanks for that, Josh, by the way. Appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you for putting that out there, brother.
Yep.
Yeah, man. So that's interesting. I don't know. So I mean, we'll figure out what's going on with Cam, I think, in the near future. But I do like the fact that because of necessity, for us as fans, that's the only way we've fortunately been able to see some of these young players that we want to see, whether it be protocols or whatever it is. That's the only way we've been able to see these guys. So I guess that's how the universe works, man. It's talking to us. Like we'll get these guys in there somehow. So what do you think about the fact that
one more thing about Cam too? This player could not be traded with other players until March 13th of 2022.
Right. I knew. And so this is why when I was looking at I still think there's ways around things, because when I was looking at those trade offers, the proposals that was going around, including Cam, when it was like multiple players, I'm like, well, this is no way is going to take place in this fashion. But I do understand that if you agree on principle with the team and say, we're going to trade these guys for these guys, then you could obviously say, well, all right, we know we can't trade Cam in this package. So as long as we agree to print in principle to what this trade will look like, all right, now that we got that, so I guess we take, I don't know the contracts, but I'm just saying, I guess you would take somebody like Taylor Horton, right? Pull him out and then take Cam out and then trade them 1-for-1, right? To make it work on NBA standards. And then you consummate the rest of the trade, like if it was Westbrook and all these other guys. I think that was to be the way that you do it. Because why else would you even put a rumored guy in a trade when you know he can't be traded unless it's 1-for-1? It's ridiculous. There's got to be a way to get around it. You know what I mean?
And also keep in mind with the qualifying offer, as Josh stated, he is also a restricted free agent as well. Yeah. So interesting. He's an interesting decision moving forward.
Right.
But it doesn't take away from the point that you still have to thoroughly evaluate him.
Yeah, you got to.
Right.
Especially on a team where you're kind of devoid of that type of talent. That we know that he might possess. I mean, we haven't seen it all come to fruition yet. But we're not going to if we don't play this guy. So, but he definitely he could be interesting out there.
And also keep in mind too, this is going to be his 4th year next year, and the average lifespan of an NBA player in that league is 4 years.
Right.
So you know you want to savor every moment, and you as a player want to be evaluated as much as possible, and you want to play as much as possible. Because you're not promised tomorrow, so to speak. So
very true, very true. So let me ask you this question: being that, and let's see what we got here. So, in the last 5 games, Julius Randle has averaged 27.2 points, 12 rebounds, and 6.8 assists. Those are Julius Randle most improved player numbers from last year.
Yeah, just about right.
He's definitely playing a lot better basketball. And if this trend continues, if he's in a much better headspace right now, and we can count on this type of production from him going forward, with hopefully getting a healthy RJ Barrett back, and here and there, possibly getting some opponents that are a little easier for us to match up with. Do you think the Knicks at this point might be, primed to make a run? Do you think they could go on a nice little spurt?
I think that's their intention, and I think that's the direction they want to go. I don't think they had any choice in the matter. I'll quote Freezy. They were handcuffed, and they kind of handcuffed themselves to the situation. So, at least they're riding it out, I guess, and seeing if a push could be made. Right. You do never know. That possibility is always there. For them to get into a play-in position, or best case scenario from this year to actually make the playoffs, I think would be a gigantic. I think in their mind it will be a gigantic win for them, considering everything that's happened this season. So, once again, I mean, I would have made completely different moves, starting from this offseason, from last year and all that. But, if this is what they're going to go with, and it's really out of necessity, I don't think it's really out of choice. Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to make the best out of it because they made investments. And, when you invest in things, you just don't scrap them out of the way after a couple of months. Unfortunately, since you made the investment, you're going to try to want some type of return back into that. Right. So I guess they're seeing what's going to happen the rest of the season, and see it maybe in the off season, they can possibly move some of these contracts and stuff like that. And maybe there'll be more value at that point in time, especially if they do make a playoff push or a play-in push. Maybe, some of these players will have a better value than they did in this trading deadline.
Agreed there. And you know what? That's what you just brought up is very interesting and important. And I want other Knicks fans to understand that, because technically, if you want to unload vets, with contracts that could be okay or may not be favorable for some teams to pick up, whatever, it's much more beneficial and easier for a team to do that in the off season rather than at the trade deadline, because you just have a lot more wiggle room and flexibility, and then you're also not beholden on a move that encompasses something else. You know what I mean? Because people also, not only do they want to you know, because there's the business aspect of it. Sometimes you want to get some of these vets, and depending on how the contract's structured, it could turn into an expiring contract, whatever it is.
Yeah.
You know, you look at it for that in the off season because you have other things going on. You still got free agency, you got the draft, but in the middle of the season at the trade deadline, you don't have that same type of flexibility. So you're like, well, okay, do I want an expiring contract? Fine, but I also want to address this position. There's a position of need here. So the thinking is a little different. So you don't get that same level of flexibility as in the offseason when teams can kind of look around and say, okay, well, if we do this, then we know in a couple months we can get this from here, or we have, it's a lot more flexibility.
Yeah.
So we might be better off in that point as far as moving some of these vets.
Yeah, and I think I just think they don't have a choice, and that's something they're going to have to do. So that's why they said, you know what, we'll just push all our chips in with this, and we'll go as far as it could be, because then maybe we could build some value with these guys and be, you know, and I'll use your word, and be more flexible with our decision making in the off season, as opposed to being limited to what we can do in the trading deadline.
Right. Let me just hit these guys up real quick and give them a little love in the chat before we go further. Just want to say once again, salute to Cully. Appreciate you. Julian Blum, Canal Banlaya, Yen Money in the building. I haven't seen you in the chat before, Yen Money, so welcome. Thank you for tuning in. Appreciate you. Supreme System Lord is in the building. What's going on, Chop? Heck, Brizo's in the building. Karen Fung is in the building. What's going on, Karen? Good to see you. As I mentioned, Josh, aka Uncle Fulio, is here. IQJ is in the building. Ashley Inc. 1. Yeah, good to see you. I don't think I've seen you here. Appreciate you tuning in. Thank you. And let me, you know what? I want to come back to that. Let me get back to that. Where, man. Just going up and down with these things. You lose stuff quickly. There we go. Let me save that. I'm gonna come back to your comment there, Ashley Inc. 1. Salute to Quiet Money in the building. If I haven't already said that, I feel like I didn't, but I might have. Pudge Nice is in the building. Yeah, okay. What's going on, Quiet Money? My boy Pete P is in the building. Pete Panagiotopoulos is in the building, folks. White Falcon is here. You know what, White Falcon? I've been meaning to ask you, bro. I seen you've been kind of quiet, bro, with your constant Paul George to the Knicks takes. I know the trade deadline is over, so I mean, maybe some of the air is out of your sails, bro. You know, don't lose your way, man. we know you for always getting PG-13 to the Knicks, and the fact that he got hurt and then the trade deadline's over, I know that kind of takes some air out your sails. But man, you know, I know you for being that guy who wants PG-13 here. So you know, don't change your way, bro. That's all I'm saying. Stay true to you. Dripmore is in the building. What's going on? Let's go. 316 is in the building. Germ Warfare is in the building. Kareem Grant, what's going on? Walter White. That's a nice name. Yeah. So thank you to all of you guys. Thank you for tuning in. As always, we appreciate y'all. Ashley Inc. So she's, I don't know if this is a company or you know, whether gender, I don't know, but yes, Cam missed a free throw after he came in, but if he was in when he should have and taken the shots Burke took, he very likely would have hit 3 of 4 since he was 91% from the free throw. That's a good point. When we were talking about those last minute time frame, and let me tell you, had we
possibility,
I'm not going to kill the Knicks for their last minute free throws in this game, because for the most part in this game, they shot really good from the free throw line in comparison to what they've been doing all season. I think they were around 73 or 74% for the game.
I can tell you right now.
Yeah, thank you. Let me know, because I think they were around 73, if I'm not mistaken. And Cam missed, you know, 1 free throw. Burks missed, you know, those. Oh boy, that was tough. But had they hit those free throws, then this game might have been over. We would have had that 4-point lead holding up, and we could have moved on and not had that little drama at the end.
24 of 33 for the free throw line for 73% about.
Bang. Okay, good. All right. So and in comparison to what they've been doing, this is actually pretty good. I mean, you know, the bad thing is when you look across the way and look at what what the Warriors shot from the free throw line.
I could tell you what they're shooting for the season, and then
Yeah.
you could compare it with that metric if you would like.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you, D.
You know, try to be nice.
Let me tell you guys, it's nice to have a stat guy in the building. Let me tell you guys, it's very nice to have a stat guy in the building.
Okay, so free throw percentage, we're at 75%, and we're 25th in the league. Yeah, so we actually
for the season.
Yeah, for the season, we're at 75%, which is 25th in the league. Our opponent's free throw percentage is actually at 76% for 12th in the league. So, you know, that's no bueno, bro.
So we must have definitely improved on our free throw shooting in recent times, and we must have did good early in the season because there was a
I was just going to say that.
Right. I was saying 50s and 60s, like it was pretty bad.
Yeah.
So yeah, okay.
Well, don't forget, also in the first 10 games, we shot really well from the free throw line. We were like around like mid 80s or something like that. So I think you know, as it's digress slowly, I think, you know, we're just at where we're at right now with that because we've been struggling for the free throw line for quite a while now. Yeah.
Thank you, brother. I'm dying out here, man. You see me. You know, this is a dual purpose napkin right here. One, it's for my eye that's leaking over here, and two, it's waving the white flag for the Knicks season possibly. I don't know, like, but whatever. We'll put it away for now because it's not over. It's not over.
And also keep in mind about that Golden State game too. Besides, I mean, the rebounding. I mean, we were able to control the game with our rebounding. You know, we had 16 offensive rebounds to their 5. So we definitely had a lot of extra possessions and stuff like that really helped us. And also, we also shot 39% from 3 as well. And whenever we shoot around that, we're usually winning or we're in contention to win a game. So,
gotcha. Yeah, that definitely helps. I'm with you on that. And you know, the other thing about us playing well against the Warriors, right? Because honestly, what you saw in the Warriors game started, I think,
LA?
Was Utah first or LA first?
LA was first.
Okay.
Well, that's Saturday.
So you are correct. It started with LA. So what we did against the Warriors started with LA. And then we saw some good things there. That first half was remarkable for us. And then obviously we fell apart. But that's to me, I want to say that's where coaching comes into play because we faced a team that had better overall, not better overall, but they had 2 very strong, you know, NBA stars there. Okay. So it's tough when you got a team with 2 like solidified superstar players on the team. They know how to win. They know how to get their team back into the game. That's what makes them who they are. They come in, they take over. They take over. Sorry, this guy's you killing me right now. Okay, Bodega, I see you. So then dealing with that, right? And then you see that you go from that situation, and I think we lost that game because Tibbs didn't know how to make an adjustment. We kind of got hit with the buzzsaw, like LA was coming at us. They knew that they had those 2 stars, LeBron and Anthony. You know,
Anthony Davis.
Davis, thank you. Jeez, because I kept seeing it. I'm saying it, and I'm thinking Carmelo Anthony, and that's not who I want to talk about right now. Yeah, so LeBron and Anthony Davis, and then, you know, just the fact that they have that star power, and they know that
Malik Monk also went off for 29 as well.
Oh, and Malik Monk. And honestly, to me, outside of what LeBron and Anthony Davis did, without Malik Monk, they don't win that game. Because Malik Monk, to me, was the X factor. Like the way he went on that spurt, and we had no answer for him. I think that was big.
Yeah.
So, you know, going from there, then going to Utah, where we saw the Knicks play about 2.5 quarters of good basketball.
Yeah.
So it was building. So you can see okay, if we could just put together 4 quarters of good basketball, we have a
right.
chance. And that's what we got in the Warriors game.
I thought the fourth quarter was a little sketchy because
Okay, 3.5 quarters. Let's go there.
Right, but right. I hear what you're saying though. Like we would like to see 4 complete quarters of this time, and we have seen it a couple of times this year. But you want to see it consistently, right? I think the big thing.
And I don't mean to cut you off, D, but before you go, I was going to say one thing that was very interesting about the Warriors, and maybe that's the keys to victory too. We had a good third quarter against them, and we've been a horrible third quarter team.
And the Warriors are, I think, a top 3 in the league in third quarter scoring. So it was a little, like Black Mirror-ish. For guys that watch Black Mirror, like some Twilight Zone stuff going on there. But I thought it was big for us too. I thought our perimeter defense with Grimes, there was even phases of Reddish where he just looked great. I thought Emmanuel Quickly's ball pressure was fantastic. I thought that really helped. I thought Alec Burks in some possessions looked really good with his perimeter defense, and we did a good job of running him off the line and making him either attack the closeout to Mitch, because don't forget we're top 3 in the league in points in the paint, so teams ain't getting much down there on most nights. So that was a good plan by Tom. Also, too, we did a good job of running them off the line and them taking an extra dribble or 2 and then get into their 3. I thought we did a good job of that as well. Right. There was a lot of things we did very well in that game, and hopefully we see more of it.
I'm with you. Yeah, guys, I know some people might be asking for the link in the chat, so I'm gonna add it. I'm just gonna try to keep today's show to a little smaller panel, not too small. People can join in, but I just want to keep it a little bit smaller and keep things a little bit more concise, so we can really nail down topics and try to get as many good takes from people as possible. So
good idea.
Rock with me. Definitely rock with me. So okay, links in the chat. Thank you.
And another thing too about that Warriors game, while you do all that, is that Warriors shot 15 of 45 from 3 at 33%. I mean, you're just not going to see that too much from them. And I think our defense did have something to do with it. I like I said, I thought we did a good job of swarming the basketball, getting guys off the line and stuff like that. They also did miss a mess of open shots as well. So, but I think right now we're at a point where you just want this team just to play a good brand of basketball, a good product, where it's respectable and where we could appreciate the efforts and say, you know what, despite me disagreeing about this or that, I like the product of basketball is being played. And really, at the end of the day, that's all I ask for, bro.
I agree with you. That's all I want too, man. I just want to see some good basketball being played from the team that I love to watch play basketball. I hate seeing it from other teams that I don't have any rooting interest in. All right, let's get my man Danny Landis in the building. Danny,
here we go.
So
what's going on, brother?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Good afternoon.
Hanging out.
Can't complain, man. How are you today?
I'm pretty good. Not too bad.
Cool.
I'm over here. Oh, hey, what's going on, buddy?
What's up?
Oh, Lucas, right? That's his name, Danny? Lucas?
Yeah.
So, Lucas, how you doing, young guy? Cool.
That's right.
Buddy? Yeah.
What's going on, guys?
You guys are going to the game tomorrow?
No, he's got a game tomorrow. He plays on the league. It's actually his team. His team is his team is the Bucks, and he's the only Greek guy on the Bucks. So he's the Greek freak of the team.
I see what you did there.
Cool,
that's
man.
Nice. Well, good luck to you, Lucas. Hopefully you have a great game tomorrow, man.
Buddy. They say good luck, buddy.
Hey, young man, ball handling and conditioning. Those are your first 2 pillars. You mastered that, you're gonna be a ball player.
That's it. You see, buddy. Listen to D Poetic. D is balling.
Yeah. D knows his basketball, man.
Yes, he does.
Just to fill you in, Danny, and get your takes on what we've been talking about right now. One of the questions I posed was, do you feel from what you've seen and the fact that Julius Randle's been playing? Bless you, guy. My man Lucas with a little sniffles. They've been with him sniffling and me with the Forrest Whitaker eye. Yeah, we in trouble right now. I don't know what's going on here, man. So we were thinking, or I was thinking, what do you think about the fact that being that Julius has been playing pretty well these last 5-6 games, and he's been real aggressive? What do you think about the chances of the Knicks going on a run? And I'm not saying a run similar to what we did last year because everything was clicking in the right way and it was like a buzzsaw. What do you think about our chances of maybe going on a run for this latter part of the season?
It's got to be. We got to go on some kind of good run because we've been off and on and consistent. I think since the rumors and all the trade deadline deal is done and gone, I think all these players feel more at ease now. And you can see against the Warriors, Randle was a beast. You could see it in his eyes, and when he's going under the basket, he's going hard. He's showing aggression. So I think their minds are clear now and they're ready to roll. I think they're going to go on a run. I have a feeling.
Okay.
Let's see.
Mm-hmm. So when you say that, you think they might be able to go on a run outside of, because I'm leaving you open there when it comes to this kind of open-ended question. Outside of Randle, do you think there's anything else that you've seen that you're saying that this could help towards that run? There's something that you like that you're like, okay, if this keeps happening along with Randle, this is a good sign?
I see Cam Reddish is getting some more minutes. That's a good sign.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
What happens while RJ comes back?
Oh, yeah. Back to the same.
What will you see Cam playing 20 minutes? That's the question.
I wish. I hope. I don't think so. With Tibbs, with his distributing minutes to people the way it was before, it's gonna. Who can he take minutes away? Who else? Lesser Burks, maybe.
He loves his Burks.
He does.
He does love his Burks. He does love his Burks. Let me get my man Stafford in here as well. Staffer.
You.
Stafford.
What's going on, brother?
Blessings to the panel. Danny Landis is in the building. Bless up these balling. He's not turkey back in anything. He's veggie back.
That's right, sir.
That's right.
Fruits and vegetables, plants and herbs. That's right.
and none other is the man, Ron. Still Knicks fans. What's up, my brother?
What's going on, brother?
Appreciate you, man.
Good.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Shout out to John.
Thank you. Oh yeah, always, man. John and No Way Jose.
See, right.
This is what do
the international man of mystery, Jose. He got to put his face with an Austin Powers body or something like that.
Dude, you know what? The bad thing about this is I want to kind of get him to be more active and show himself and talk more, but he's getting this persona and this mystery thing about he may never want to show himself ever. We'll see.
The mass superstar.
Yeah, man. Let me get one other gentleman up in here, see how he's doing on this fine Saturday afternoon. Oh, Bim!
Oh, hey! He's the hardest working man in show business.
What's going on, Uncle Freezy? How you doing, brother?
Blessings, Uncle Freeze.
Yo, hey man, I appreciate you, Stefan. I'm fresh off a 27-minute nap. Bro, I'm refreshed.
How many pull-ups you did, man? Because you got the tank top on. What'd you do, 500?
No, man, I ain't doing Nah, I'll just walk around the crib, man. I ain't been outside yet, man. So
right.
Yeah, man. You know how it is. Hey, salute to you guys, man. Salute
you too.
To the panel, man. I heard Tibbs and my ears went up, so I was scrambling, trying to figure out. Dang, I'm making Ron emotional, bro.
Ah, man, it ain't you, man. I got the Forrest Whitaker eye.
Brother. See, Ron, you put on the Miami Vice shades. You good, brother? You ain't gotta worry about it.
Yeah, good, bro.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna cry underneath the shades. My still Knicks fans' tears.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. We were just talking about a couple different things. I just posed a question to Danny Landis. I'm gonna pose it to Staffa, and then if you can chime in as well, Uncle Freezy. Appreciate your input. I was basically asking, being that Julius has been playing pretty well in the past 5 or 6 games, especially the last 3. I think the last 3, just the way in which it looks on the court, I really like that what I'm seeing from Julius. And with a couple other things that have taken place, as far as Cam playing a couple minutes, whether or not it stays here or not, who knows? But do you think the Knicks are primed to make a run? Are we ready to make a little run right now? I know it's tough competition, it's a tough stretch, but it doesn't matter who's in front of you. It's about how you play. Do you think that we can make a little run right now? So, Staffa, what do you think? I'll go to you first.
I think it's possible, but I don't probably see us getting to the getting home, not home court, but probably to the 6th seed. But if we could hover around, hopefully around 10 and 8,
Sorry.
I think it's possible. And if we have Julius with that type of pace within the past 3 to 5, 4 games, and we got a healthy RJ, the bench is playing well, back to life. I think it's possible. I think we could reach a play-in spot. Once we be disciplined, less turnovers, execute properly down in the 4th quarter, make our free throws, especially, that's very important. So I think once we do the little things, hustle, die for the loose balls, play with a sense of urgency, I think it's possible to get between 10 and 8. So I think it's possible, man. I think it's possible.
Okay. I'm with you on that. What do you think, Uncle Freezy?
So where? Okay, there we go. I feel like we just broke out into an R&B video, bro.
Look at the moves.
But I hear your question. And what I think is, I think a healthy Julius Randle can carry this team far, make a real playoff push, right? A healthy Randle, right? And so if I can have like 40 seconds, I'll tell you why. Right?
Go ahead, man. I'm leaking behind the glasses. Continue.
So what I'm gonna say is this. I believe Randle played through an injury, right? He should have sat. But when you hear the crowd chant "Obi, Obi, Obi," you think about your mortality, right? And so Julius Randle played through. I think he played through an injury. I'm putting my reputation on this. I think he played through some stuff he shouldn't have, right? The fans booed him. He was frustrated. Like, yo, man, I'm 60% and I'm out here gutting it out, and they out here booing me. And I'm so mad. Why do you give them everything you have and then they boo you, right? And then they chanting for my replacement, who ain't showed he can do nothing in the NBA. Obi Toppin ain't showed you that he do diddly poo. Obi Toppin might have one double-double in his career, right? But now I'm healthy. And I'm gonna put this team on my back like I've been wanting to, right? And I'm gonna show everybody what I can do in this league. And I'm here to tell you, bro, you notice that even without RJ Barrett, Julius Randle still carried the team to a victory on the road and healthy. Maybe the Golden State Warriors team with a Hall of Fame backcourt, right? And I know pundits are going to find 1,000 excuses to take the credit away from a man having 28 points, right? And playing through it. He got injured in the game and still gutted it out and took the team home, right? I know people are going to dispute that. Well, some random cat had a good night. I'm ready to fight you on it. Here's the thing. Randle is an excellent NBA player.
Right.
And if he's healthy, we have a shot against every team in this league, despite your inconsistent play from your shooting guard, despite your inconsistent play from your point guard. You have two old, injury-prone, brittle point guards. And the fact that they are hurt should not be a surprise to nobody. People are like, I heard people saying, but when D Rose get back, bro, when is D Rose ever here? Hello? When he earlier in the season, guess what? He was hurt playing through injury early in the season. And now he missed most of the season, and y'all think he gonna come back and stay healthy? We need to get off this mess, bro. Get on this Randle bandwagon. Get on this Cam Reddish bandwagon. Get on this RJ bandwagon. These cats are the future of us. And if these three dudes stay healthy, we have a shot against anybody in the NBA, and they proved it. They prove it consistently. Now, do they always win? No. They don't always win. But I use the Milwaukee Bucks game as an example. Giannis finished, I think, with like a triple-double and like 30 points, right? But Giannis had to get hot in order to score in that game. Chris Middleton was nowhere. He was nowhere, right? It took a cast of Bucks. The NBA champs had to go 1 through 10 to keep us off them. And they pulled away late. And all we had to fight them with was a Randle. So if you're asking me, can this team make a serious playoff push? Yes. If we get to that 10 seed, I'm not going to say the second round is a possibility, but there's always a chance. That's all I
got. I love your optimism, Izzy.
Well, I mean, listen.
Is it optimism when it's true?
You don't know if it's true. You can't predict the future.
No, but I can. No, I'm not.
So you're optimist.
I didn't predict the future. I said there's a chance on the future part. What I did say, though, however, is Julius Randle without RJ Barrett beat the Golden State Warriors. That's not the future.
I knew y'all were gonna do this. And this is why I get scared sometimes for y'all, man. I knew that Golden State victory, and y'all were going to start jumping out the window with no parachute. I knew it. So it's all good.
No,
man.
the man asked a question. He asked if we could make a run. So we gave our perspective. So, I mean, that Golden State game, that has nothing to do with it.
I'm not.
Yeah, but Freezy knows what I'm talking about, Stafford.
Okay.
But here's the thing. Ron, are you asking me, is making a run in the best interest of the franchise, or are you asking me, can this team right now with this roster make a run?
Can this team right now with this roster make a run?
Right. And so for one, I think the Knicks are going to be active on the buyout market. Okay. They find a point guard on the buyout market. Somebody's going to get cut. Somebody is going to be unfortunate, but somebody's got to go. Right. They're going to probably add one or two pieces, probably shore up the point guard and probably bring in another wing player, a vet wing, if there's one out there. If not, then I could see the Knicks bringing in 2 point guards. One that actually plays and another one that's probably like a vet mentor type to McBride and Quickly, right, along with D Rose. So if you're asking me if this team can make a run, if they add if Shooter is available, this team makes a serious run.
If who's available? Schroeder?
Dennis Schroeder, yeah. If the Knicks can sign Dennis Schroeder, Ron, I'm telling you, get your miracle playoff run T-shirts ready. Right? Right?
Tell you, man, he can sell water to a well, can't he?
But hear me out on it. Here's why. Here's why. So now, instead of doing this stupid Kemba experiment that is going wrong, because so Danny Landis, your point guard situation is Frankenstein's monster, right? People think the monster's name is Frankenstein. The monster is not named Frankenstein. The doctor that created the monster is Frankenstein. Okay, Dr. Frankenstein. He created a monster, right? That's where the saying comes from, right? You patch all this stuff. You patch together Rose, who's brittle, and anybody on this panel that says they've seen Derrick Rose stay healthy is a liar, right? Derrick Rose is brittle, bro.
He is,
right?
yeah.
Right. Kemba Walker is washed. Quickly is a combo guard. Quickly is a combo guard that is should be a Lou Williams type at the moment, right? A Vinnie Johnson type at the moment. Right?
The microwave.
Alec Burks is a 3 disguising as a 1 that's more effective as a 2. And so nicely, in a nice way, we call him a Swiss Army knife. But he is not exactly what we think he is. Right? He's more effective taking the matchups against bigger, stronger 3s where he can use his 1 and 2 skills to draw fouls. That's what he is. And he can play make a little bit. He can make the basic passes, but he's not a point guard. Even though I think he has very good handles for a guy that's a 3, right? A 3 off the bench. And for those that say he's not a 3 off the bench, when we're healthy, Derrick Rose is the point, Quickly's the 2, and guess who's the 3? In that lineup, for those that dispute me on it. So, yo, hey, Miss Mocha calling me, man. I think I gotta do some Saturday duties. Give me like 2 seconds.
Yep. Hey, man. Freezy said a lot there.
You see, like I let Freezy ride because I got the whole week to go at this with him. So, I just gotta be and let him do his thing, man.
Hey, man, listen. Okay. Well, that's a take. Whether or not I don't know if it's gonna come to fruition. I would love to see the Knicks make that type of run and get somebody on the buyout market and Julius kind of take control and get us going and we get our playoff T-shirts going. I would love it. I don't know if it's gonna happen, but I would love it.
Ron, who's going to get bought out, Ron? Who do you think? What names?
I think right now they've said.
You want me to give you a list of names, Ron, so then you can.
Oh yeah. If you can pull up a list. From what I know so far, we've got the Goran Dragic. We've got
correct.
They say DJ Augustine just got waived. I see somebody said that in the chat.
Oh yeah.
Right.
I like him, bro.
So I'm gonna go through the names right now. Goran Dragic, right? Gary Harris, Eric Bledsoe,
Gary Harris,
Dennis Schroeder, Robin Lopez, Tristan Thompson, DJ Augustine, Awancho Hernandez Gomez. Thank you, Herman Gomez. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thomas Santaransky, Ben McLemore, Rodney Hood, and Semi Ojale, Paul Millsap, and that's all I got.
All of those guys are on the buyout market?
Yep.
Oh wow.
Hey, so if I could get Tomas Satoransky,
yes,
and Dennis Schroeder, Ron, I think we might make the second round of the playoffs, bro.
Oh, to change. Sorry, staff. Most of them are. A couple of them are pending, but most likely it's going to happen. Yeah.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Hold on. You just say. So you said Tomas Satoransky and Dennis Schroeder.
Correct.
Do you think that gives us enough to get into the playoffs and get into the second round?
I mean, it doesn't move the needle all the way, but
Stafford. Listen. I know
second round, Freezy.
Listen to me. I know ball, bro.
First round,
right? Okay, y'all joking, right? But if you get this thing, if you get Schroeder and Satoransky, everybody that has been playing up can go back to their natural positions. So no more.
Who's out though, Freezy? You mean you got to sit somebody? You got to sit two people.
Yeah,
if you get
somebody have to. Yeah, somebody.
So who are you sitting?
Because you got Rose quickly. Then you got Grimes, Cam, and Burks on the wing. You bring in Zatoransky.
I think one answer is obvious. But the second one could be.
Both answers are obvious. I know y'all. I know Stappadon got a Kemba Walker tattoo on his heart.
Hell no.
I know you got a Kemba Walker tattoo in your heart, right? But as soon as you bring in Schroeder, Kemba's sitting and he gone.
Which is fine.
He might not ever play again.
Won't hear anything from me.
But listen, y'all are including Derrick Rose coming off ankle injury, or thinking he's going to be 100% when he get back.
No, we know, but nobody never said that. But we know he's gonna crack.
Y'all asked me. Y'all said who's going to be sitting. If you bring in two, who are the two that are going to be sitting? That's what the question was, Stappadon.
Yes.
Right? It's 2 for 2, right? So. And listen, I'm not passionate about Tomas Satoransky. That's not what I'm trying to do because I understand where y'all coming from. But listen, but feel me on this, right? If you get Satoransky, right, or Schroeder or DJ Augustine, I like Augustine because it's 3.
Oh, so it's just one of them. It's not both of them.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah, because you confused me. I thought you meant both of them. That's what I was like.
So if you get Schroeder, I think Schroeder is a starter.
So we say Kemba on that one.
Right. If you get Augustine, I don't think DJ Augustine is an NBA starter because for one, he's advanced in age. But that role that I mentioned before about the vet mentor that you can play, you know what I'm saying, whatever.
But Augustine, Freezy, could do some starter minutes because I think it's very imperative that if you do want to go on this run, you're going to have Rose off the bench, and you can't have him exceeding past 25 minutes.
No.
So you need a guy like Augustine or something like that just to initiate the offense, find his little wrinkles to get inside and in the flow of the offense and stuff like that. If that's the route you want to go.
Yeah, and I'm so confident in this reinforcing the point guard situation that I think if you reinforce the point guard situation, it fixes everything. Right? You watched the Golden State game. You saw Cam Reddish flash his hand at the 3, right? The point guard didn't see him. He cut baseline, was wide open on the baseline the whole time to the rim. The point guard should have threw him a lob. Your point guard shot a 3.
Yeah, that's a good point. Having a point guard that knows how to be a point guard can definitely change what's going on with your basketball team.
Right, you can't move.
That's true.
Right, you can't move Derek Jeter to center field, bro. Just because he's athletic and was good at shortstop don't mean he can play center field.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Right. And that's what we've been doing. We took Alec Burks from center field and tried to make him play shortstop and second base. You just can't do that, bro. Not for long.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I'm with you on that. That part is very true, Freezy. And you know what? Bringing in a guy like Schroeder, who, out of what we know, honestly, I think I already said it. If there was a choice between all these guys and then John Wall, of course, I want John Wall. But if John Wall's not available, to me, the next best point guard option out there is Schroeder. I know some people might still think Goran Dragic is worth something. I don't know if he is. He could be. I don't know, because this whole thing to me is wild. Because how do you bring in Goran Dragic and then don't use him in Toronto? Like, Toronto is a very player-friendly place. Like, everybody, like Drake is an ambassador over there. You got to be willing to play guys. I don't get it. So something's going on over there with that whole mix. I don't know what happened there.
It's because Nick Nurse is overrated, bro. Nick Nurse is trash.
But who is behind? But Ron, who is behind Van Fleet? If you could look up Toronto point guard real quick.
What's the question?
Who's the backup behind Van Fleet for Toronto?
I got you right now. If you give me 2 seconds,
I think it's that young guy with the red hair. I forgot his name. Shoot,
Malachi Flynn.
Malachi Flynn. Right.
So,
not always. So I got you.
Yeah. So I don't think Nick Nurse gonna run Dragic if he got those young boys in there, man. And them young boys is running. Dragic, you know what? He's up there in age.
While D's looking that up, do you know the interesting thing is because I remember seeing Dragic do some nice things with Miami. Makes me wonder, was Dragic benefiting from the system that Miami was running? And so when he got taken out of that system and he was on Toronto and things aren't flowing the same way, maybe that affected some of his production because he is an older player. So it's not like he's making moves and doing all this stuff based off of his youth and athleticism, whatever he may or may not have. You know what I mean? This is like an advanced player. So I don't know. I'm just wondering about that.
I just think he wasn't a good fit because Fred VanVleet is not your typical point guard type player.
He's actually done a lot better this year with that, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he has.
Yeah.
Scoring. Yeah.
And also too, like they also like Malachi Flynn plays some spot minutes for them from time to time, but sometimes they run it through Gary Trent Jr. when he's there, or sometimes they run it through Scotty Barnes to get
Scotty Barnes.
Right. Yeah, right. So keep that in mind as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying is there was no room for Dragon or whatever his name. There was no room.
That team needs Tibbs. If that team had Tibbs, they'd be number 1 in the East.
Yo,
Yeah.
I don't know, bro. I mean, the book is still out on Nurse for me, but I will tell you, Freezy, listen, Toronto's playing really good basketball right now. They've been pretty hot. I don't know if they lost. They were on a streak of they won 6 in a row. I don't know where that stands right now. Let me look at the standings real quick. Get me the most up-to-date information for these Knicks fans out here. Toronto has won 8 in a row.
Yeah, 31-23. Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, something's going good over there. I mean, if you don't want to give Nurse the credit, I will say something's happening over there. That
I would thoroughly disagree with Freezy on that. Nick Nurse could coach it this week.
Yeah, he can coach in the league, but he's not elite.
Well, here's the thing, Freezy.
So is 90% of the coaching crop as well. So.
But he has a championship, though. See, he has a championship. People think he's elite.
Right. I see what you. Oh, okay. All right. Here we go. This is like semantics here, Freezy. I know what you're trying to say because that's the problem. When you win a championship, people put you on a pedestal and put you in the conversation with Popovich and all these other guys
versus guys that don't like Tibbs.
Right. Yeah, got you. I understand that. I get it. Yeah. I see where you're going.
I think he may be like a notch below Toronto. Okay.
Oh, now I'm not gonna say that. You know who he reminds me of? The assistant coach who was a head coach. He was under Popovich. He was a coach of the Cavs for a while, before Tyronn Lue, I think. I can't think of his name.
Mike Brown.
Bald head.
Mike Brown.
Yeah, Mike Brown.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I look at Nick Nurse, like a Mike Brown type guy.
Yeah, he's over there in Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, you're right.
Right,
I agree with you.
Yeah. So I mean, listen, man. I'll be honest with you, Freezy. I know there's some people that still hold Tibbs in high regards, but if you gave me a choice right now between Nick Nurse and Tibbs, I'd take Nick Nurse.
Nurse, anything.
It wouldn't even be a thought.
In an instant. So I'm just saying. I hear you.
I and if I had a choice between Kawhi Leonard and Julius Randle, I'd take Kawhi Leonard. Right?
Because Julius is healthy. Julius is healthy at least. I don't know about Kawhi Leonard's health, man.
So Nick Nurse,
now he's getting hurt a lot now.
Nick Nurse won a championship with the greatest GM team president job in season of all time.
Right.
And without that, when everybody left, what has Nick Nurse done?
But that's what good organizations do, Freezy, and then they rebuild it.
We're about to say, no. I'm talking about the separation of on the court and the front office. You want to put these two. We want to put these two together. They clearly don't always work together. Wait a minute. How you gonna say that and then you watch our front office and Tom Thibodeau this year and say that's what great organizations do?
We're not doing what Toronto's doing, so I don't get what you're trying to do. So.
Exactly.
No, but saying to the point of like you bringing up that Nick Nurse had this, he had a star, he had this great organization. Like, I mean, that's what good organizations do. They put the pieces together in order for everything to flow at the greatest capacity. So, and then what they did was that they blew it up, right? They started rebuilding a bit. They developed some young guys. They were able to land Scotty Barnes, and right now they sit 5th or 6th in the East.
Okay.
So he trashed.
But what I'm saying is the perception is that Nick Nurse did a work magic with the Raptors. He did not. They traded for Marc Gasol in season, right? They traded for Serge Ibaka. They got contributions from their G League team that develop. Listen, I'm for development, right? I'm a development person. And Pascal Siakam, OG Anunoby, and Fred VanVleet developed. They had a Hall of Fame point guard in Kyle Lowry, right?
Right.
They traded for Kawhi Leonard, who had already won a championship, right? And they got what championship team, every champion, there's no champion.
Oh, the man's trying to shut Freezy down. Wow, he must have been speaking that truth, man. Coming with that heat.
The Matrix. It's these great.
there we go. He's back.
That's it.
It's these grapes, bro. You got to eat the live, bro. You got it's these grapes, man. Hey, Danny Landis, the poetic man, fruit and veggies, y'all.
Oh, I already know this. I knew this.
Well, where were you going? Because you seemed like you was going somewhere. Don't let them grapes hold you down, man.
Listen. Every championship team gets a certain measure of stringed along luck to go with, right? And I'm not saying that they're lucky, but I'm saying they always seem to catch the breaks, right? Things seem to go their way, and you have to have that. You have to. You know what I'm saying? You have to have these things. Like for instance, the Utah Jazz and Karl Malone, right, had a lead on the Chicago Bulls in Game 6, and they had Karl Malone, who is a top 3 power forward of all time in the post, ISO'd in a bad matchup for the Bulls, right? And I don't even want to go there because it's, but Jordan strips Karl Malone. They go down. Jordan pushes Brian Russell into the first row of the crowd and shoots a mid-range jumper, and they win a championship. Right? Kawhi Leonard hits the luckiest shot you ever saw in your life against the Philadelphia 76ers in a game that could have went either way for either franchise. Right? Last year, Kevin Durant hits a shot that is an all-time shot, right? It should have been a 3, but his toe was barely on the line. You know what I'm saying? So it's all these things that happen for a championship contender to win. So I'm not saying that teams are lucky. I'm not saying that you just go out there and throw the ball in the air and you go in. I'm just saying at times teams get breaks, and that's what kind of and of course roster construction also. I think Masai Ujiri won that championship for the Raptors and not Nick Nurse. That's what I'm saying.
That's great.
I'm not saying.
So Nurse did no coaching for 4 rounds of playoff basketball.
That was Masai Ujiri.
Yeah.
Okay.
From the top. He had him in the earpiece. He was like, Nick, run stack on red.
Okay.
Like, come on, bro.
All right. So did Nick Nurse win a championship last year?
They're rebuilding, Freezy.
Okay. So now, okay, all right.
Did you see they got the 4th pick?
Right, and you know what? They earned it too.
You damn right they did.
They earned the 4th pick. They were trash.
I see where you're going, Freezy. I don't necessarily agree, but I see where you're going.
Did they not earn that 4th pick?
They were rebuilding. They were rebuilding.
They were trash, bro.
Oh my God. Okay, no problem. Everybody in Toronto knew they were rebuilding, but you're gonna come out with a narrative and say, you know what, Nick Nurse is trash. He didn't coach that team right. They got lucky with the 4th pick and Scotty Barnes, and now it looks better now. Come on, man, don't do that.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying let's not anoint Nick Nurse. And then Nick Nurse is not Pat Riley, bro. Let's not do this.
Nobody thinks that on this panel, bro.
Let's not do that. Nick Nurse is an average NBA coach that got exceptional talent. The team got hot. They won a championship. But let's not say that Nick Nurse is better than Thibodeau. Let's not do this, bro. Because Thibodeau gets more out of less. And you gave Nick Nurse less, and he got less out of less, and you call it rebuilding.
That's a false narrative, bro. They were rebuilding.
Hold on. But what you know what? In fairness, I want to say something. In fairness, and I think somebody pointed to it in the chat, but I was already thinking it, and I'm going to give you credit. Hewlett Samuel, aka Wadati. You know what? No. It wasn't. I'm sorry. It wasn't you. I apologize. I don't want to give you the wrong credit. No, hold on. I want to make sure I give the right person credit. Well, there's 2 people actually that said it. First off, Eddie, I want to agree with you there. Grant Williams, I agree with you as well. Toronto wasn't even playing in Toronto. They weren't even playing in their building. That has a lot to do, not only just with the protocol, but not even being able to play in your own home arena, let alone not having fans. That's one thing, but not even in your comfort zone. A lot of that has to do with how bad Toronto played last year, if you ask me. I don't think you can overlook it. But let me tell you something. Even though the Knicks last year was a good example, and some part of this year too, they played better on the road, that has kind of leveled off and evened out. If you take Madison Square Garden out the equation, you ain't going to see a great Knicks team. They're going to struggle just from the fact that they can't even play in their home arena. That affects the team. I'm not making excuses, but I have to think that affects the team. And they were the only team that had to deal with that.
And also, too, they had so many guys out for safety and protocol and stuff like that. They couldn't even get their full roster together throughout the whole season, bro. So I don't get this.
But okay. But if you're gonna look at things
Danny,
in that,
I got a monster-sized tissue to wipe my monster-sized Toronto Raptors tears.
Small.
That's crazy.
If you want to look at it from that point of view and say that at this point in time, Nick Nurse hasn't proven that he can do more with less, okay, the sample size is small. We don't know. We do know that Tibbs has proven, because of his winning record, that he can take many different types of teams and get them to victories. Doesn't translate to the playoffs yet. Doesn't translate to championships yet. So it's a very open-ended thing right now. But I hear you, Freezy. I know what you're trying to say. I get it. Let's not downplay what Thibodeau has done or what type of coach he is. But Thibodeau is not.
Nobody did.
I'm just gonna say Thibodeau is not necessarily proven to me that he's the right coach for these New York Knicks, because our Knicks team is a funky bunch. And this is not a pure Thibodeau team. It's not built the way it needs to be for Thibodeau to run his schemes and his plays. Ron. So the fact that we are watching him basically run out there with not all the pieces that he would love. We're watching him not play some of the youth that we would like to see. It looks like a bad marriage to me. And that's why I keep saying, and I'm going to continue to say, Tibbs is the guy to get us straight. And then someone else is going to take us to the next level. Yes. Whenever that's going to happen, I don't know, but he has helped us a lot.
Perkins.
No, he's Mark Jackson.
Right.
He's Oh, so yeah, I see what you're going. Yeah, no, to me, he's Mark Jackson because people can eye Mark Jackson and say, okay, he gave the Warriors the infrastructure, and Steve Kerr ran from that, added the triangle, and took them to the next level. So that's what we're looking for our Steve Kerr right now. We don't know who that is.
So back to the topic. The topic was that Freezy thinks that, with a good acquisition at the buyout and Julius Randle continuing to play at a high level, you think that we can make a push to the playoffs to the first round, correct?
So Ray Perkins was the coach of the New York Giants, and his defensive coordinator was a dude.
Perkins.
Yeah, Ray Perkins. He was.
That's who he was. I knew I heard Ray Perkins before.
Right.
Okay,
but
yeah,
listen, but his defensive coordinator was a dude named Bill Parcells, and his linebackers coach was a dude named Bill Belichick. And Ray Perkins rebuilt the thing, adding players, Lawrence Taylor, Mark Collins, all these guys, but he couldn't get them over the hump. They fired Ray Perkins. They hired Bill Parcells, and then Bill Parcells takes the team to the Super Bowl.
I got you. And by the way, Freezy, you know what? I'm not that skilled and even though I'm a big Giant fan, what you're talking about, those Ray Perkins years, is right.
It's correct.
I came in at Bill Parcells. So
Okay.
I missed that part of it. That's the part that I'm not that schooled on. So appreciate you telling me that. Give me a little history about my team. I like it. Yeah, and so we'll back to the question. Do you think that what you just said? You think that the Knicks can make it to the playoffs? And you also mentioned get out of the first round and get to the second round. So you think in addition of either Saturansky. So is it either or Saturansky and Schroeder? Or
he said one of them. He said one of them.
Okay.
No. So I think you must have Saturansky, but you can have either or one of the small point guards. Is what I'm getting at.
Okay, so it is two of them.
Yes.
People.
Okay, so Kemba's out. We know that, right? Who's the next guy?
Rose.
What?
Rose.
No.
Rose. But
What?
listen,
No.
give me. Okay. You all right? Go ahead, bro.
Not Rose. He's got to come off the bench. Give some
Freezy, we
minutes.
have the right to react.
No, listen. What I'm saying, no, man, listen. I'm not saying that you can't have your own view, bro. I embrace that. You know what I'm saying? I look forward to it, honestly. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is don't think the Knicks are going to rush Derrick Rose back from injury. And when he comes back, the guys that are going to listen.
Yeah, it's true. You're right about that.
If they're rushing Derrick Rose back now because they need help, but if they go get reinforcements, they don't have to rush him back. Is what I'm saying. And two, if they go get two veterans off the buyout market to play a playoff push, you know who the sacrificial lambs are. It's gonna be your kids. Kemba Walker.
That part is true. That part is very true.
That's what I'm trying to get to. The point is if they go get two vets to put into the rotation, Kemba is gone. And one of the kids that was playing is not going to be playing if they're going to make a serious playoff push. That's what I'm getting at. Which kid, I don't know. Because it depends on what vet free agent they sign. Because if they sign a point and a wing player, Cam Reddish is out of the rotation.
Look, your ladder, I completely agree with. You're 100% right. One of these kids or two of these kids are definitely going to be sacrificed.
Right.
But to say that Rose will not come in from injury and automatically play 20, 25 minutes, I have to disagree with you on that.
But you missed my point. You're saying Derrick Rose comes back from injury and not playing. What I'm saying is you don't have to rush him back from injury.
I understand that. But I'm thinking that they're not going to do that. Because don't forget, they're all in for this playoff push and this play-in push.
Right.
So since they're all in on that, they need all soldiers on deck in order to get to this goal. And Derrick Rose is a big part of that because you know damn well, like I do, that Derrick Rose right now is probably our second, third best player.
Right, because Derrick Rose stays healthy all the time.
I understand that part. I get you. I know. I told you he's Omega Supreme from Transformers, man.
Right,
he brings out every couple eepisodes. I got you. Right. But they're still going to invest the time in him because when he is healthy, he is our second, third best player.
When he's healthy, right? I agree. So basically, we agree. We just disagree on the time frame.
Yeah, no doubt.
Right.
Okay.
So we agree. right? But if the Knicks sign, so and Heck Rizzo's laughing. Tomas Satoransky, bro, listen. I'm gonna tell you something.
Let me tell you something, Heck Brizo. Do you like chicken? Because if you like chicken, or for D's balling, I know he likes veggies. Listen, ain't nothing like having some chicken or some veggies with little Satoranskis on it. Let me tell you something.
There you go.
Don't downplay it, brother.
No Satoransky for me, thank you.
It's got to be
continue.
It's got to be 100% vegan and gluten free, bro. Vegan and
gluten free.
Yes. Yeah, don't be giving me no fake vegan bread, bro. With some So anyway. But Ron, listen, I'm honestly telling you, as somebody who I respect your opinion, right? And I like rocking with you. It's the reason why I always try to jump on, right? Bro, when I tell you this, it's not because I'm blowing smoke, bro. It's because I genuinely believe that if you shore up, if you patch the holes, so to speak, right, then you can have the other guys do what they do naturally. Like Alec Burks doesn't have to play significant point guard minutes anymore if you bring in Dennis Schroeder.
I agree.
Right?
Yeah.
Right. Now Alec Burks can be Mr. Fourth Quarter, like his nickname. That's him, Mr. Fourth Quarter.
Right.
Right. Now he can go and go back and do that. Now you talking about, well, who's our closer? Who's our closer? Now you can have the mix of RJ, AD, and Randle. Right. Also, to what y'all was saying earlier, why was Evan Fournier in the game late when blah. Tomas Satoransky guards 1 through 3, right? He can play some 1. He guards mostly 1s and 2s, but he can guard 1s, 2s, and 3s, right? Is he your franchise player? No, but does he come in and play a role? Absolutely. You have Tomas Satoransky there. He could guard Curry, Clay, or Wiggins in that situation in a switch. And you feel comfortable. Now, in that situation, Fournier switching on Clay, Curry, or Wiggins, you don't feel comfortable in either defensive assignment. And then, like when D said, like with no timeouts there, and you get the ball back, and you might need to get offense now, Satoransky's on the floor, he can play the 1 or 2 for you, right? So is he the steel that holds the structure together? No. But is he the bolts that helps hold the steel together? Yes. He's a glue guy. That's what I'm getting at.
And everything that you said, I will completely 100% agree with you with this. We have to answer the Kemba Walker situation. If this is their thoughts and this is the goal they want to go to, we definitely have to do something about that. Whether it's within the team, whether they start Burks or whether they bring in a Schroeder or something like that, something has to happen with that. So I completely agree with that.
And the thing is, when you talk about bringing in Satoransky for what he brings and can bring to a team, I like that. I'm not opposed to it. And the what Freezy highlighted, which is big to me, dude. If you can get the ball as far as point guard duties out of Burks' hands, that's huge. If you can get the ball out of Quickly's hands as a point guard, to me, that's huge. Because I'm not loving that at all. I know there's some people that's still high on Quickly as a point guard. I don't know who those people are at this moment after everything you've seen, but I'm not. So if you can do that, I think that helps the team.
He's a 2 guard. He's not a point guard.
Yeah.
So you allow, not only do you take guys out of what they have not been succeeding at, but you put them back into their comfort zones of where they have given us good production, and you bring in people to play the position hopefully the right way. Because one thing I can say about Schroeder, I think he's an adequate point guard. So by doing that, then quickly goes back to just worrying about scoring. Focus on that, not having to look on the court and figure out how to direct people and open up. I think that's huge. Doing the same for Burks. Honestly, that could turn our team around. I'm not blowing smoke. Will we be good enough to beat some of these other teams down the stretch to get into the playoffs or not? It's a possibility. It's a possibility. It's a possibility. I don't know if we can get out of a first round right now. But you know, because I also think that outside of doing that, you also got to figure out the right people to play. And if the right person could be on the bench and not getting minutes in a Cam Reddish or something like that, and that's what worries me. So, but you know what, we'll see, man. Let's cross that bridge if we can get to it. I would love to see the Knicks be buyers in the buyout market. At least one player. Well, the right player. Don't bring in
Gary Harris.
Don't
we're
not
logjam
bring in
already
Gary
on the wing.
Harris.
Right.
Because you know what? The thing about Gary Harris, I don't know what happened to him. Physically, something definitely took place. He had a stretch where he was getting hurt. And when he came back to Denver, he was never the same player. He played almost a whole season and he wasn't right. And then they got rid of him. And he hasn't been right where he's been now. So why would I want to take a shot on him? The Knicks got enough guys who ain't right. Like I don't want to bring in another one.
And I think that, you know, I think Schroeder would be the best option. You know, if this is because I mean, I don't agree with this, but if this is where they're going and the best possibility, like I think Schroeder would be the best option.
What about John Wall?
Because hold on a second. I'll answer that in a second. Because at least with Schroeder could get his own bucket. Schroeder's a better shooter than Satoransky. You know what I'm saying? I think Tom will like what he brings a little bit more offensively as far as getting into the paint and working out the P&R that way. So I think if they're going to swing for that, you will want to swing for a Schroeder more than anything. Okay. The John Wall, I mean, there's speculation about him being bought out, but, you know, we don't know what Houston is really going to do with that. So are you asking if they buy him out, should we be interested in it? Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no doubt about that.
Over Schroeder, right?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
And he's still injured, or is he coming? He's back already.
Who, Wall?
Yeah, he's still out, right?
Wall been ready.
He been ready.
Oh.
Yeah, he been ready. He's just not playing with them because of
all right. I thought he was
because he doesn't want to be bought out.
Bro, so here's the thing with me, man. If I had a choice between Schroeder and Wall, I go Schroeder. Because I can't waste 15 games for John Wall to work the rust off of not playing. You know what I'm saying?
That's a good point. Yeah, especially if you're trying to go to this push.
That's a good point.
Yeah, because these 15 games, bro, is life or death for us.
Yeah.
And I know it sounds like, no, Freezy, but we need John Wall because he's got a big name and he went to Kentucky. Nah, bro. If we just strictly looking at the 21-22 season and not the future, right now, Schroeder is the move because he offers. Here's what he offers, and I know this is gonna sound crazy, but we want to push the pace. We are a better team when we run, right? And so why would I go get an injury? Listen, why would I go get another injury-prone, high lottery pick point guard that has proven he can't stay healthy to push the pace? Do you know what we will look like if John Wall came here and got hurt? And then now we got Kemba washed, John Wall washed, and Derrick Rose coming off of ankle surgery. Do you know how it'll be laughed at in the media, bro?
Yeah.
Is that all we do is go trade for or go acquire old washed up point guards? What is this, the 90s?
Yeah, that's it. You're right.
You know, and so what I'm asking the chat to do, man, is be open-minded to something new. Just because you ate cheeseburgers your whole life don't mean you still got to eat them every day. You know what I'm saying? Try some. The floor. People been telling me for years, the Knicks need, I know we were third in defense, but we want to be number one in defense. Really? Top 3 defense is not good enough, bro. You would pass up on scorers in the draft because they score, because you don't want to be number 3 in defense. You want to be number 1. Come on, New York. What are you doing? Do you want to win in style or do you want to win? It's crazy. People are like, nah, I don't want to just win. I want to win in style. Okay, well, keep losing then.
Nah, I don't see it that way.
Yeah,
this is a interesting point by Marvin S. perspective from the other side. Appreciate you, Marvin. Good to see you, brother. He says, be honest, guys. Do you really want to win this year and get a 10 seed and be knocked out in the first round? If that's the case, it's a lost season. And the other thing I'm going to point to is other people in the chat.
We're not getting a 10 seed. Oh, a 10 seed. I thought you meant to have draft pick, right? Yeah. He's
no. Yeah. He meant 10 seed.
Yeah. He's 100% right.
Because other people in the chat are saying, all right, but if you don't know, it kind of goes back to the direction of like, what are we at here? Because Tibbs may want to win now. No, again, no matter what's going on.
No, he wants to win now.
yes.
That's not even a thought.
But just because we want to win now, it's like, here's the funky thing. If we don't want, I want this team to continue to grow and expand with the youth, right? I don't want to mortgage our future either. So in the buyout market, if you bring in a guy, first off, the buyout market is about guys who are bought out. You're not beholden to them. You're bringing them in for the rest of the season. And if you want to keep them going forward, you got to re-sign them. So we're not mortgaging anything by bringing in a guy off the buyout market is what I'm trying to say. So that's one thing to be clear on. So just because you decide I'm going to try to put as many of these pieces together as possible to try to see what we can do this year, that's okay. It doesn't affect what you're going to do going forward, because after the year's over, you can let all those guys walk, whoever you brought in, if you bring in one or two guys. So it doesn't change our direction. It just says while we are here, this is a position where we can acquire some talent, hopefully, and we don't give up anything, just money, and we're not locked into them. So I'm not opposed to that. It doesn't hurt anybody. It doesn't hurt our direction. Of course, we still need to know what that direction is, and we still don't. But I would think a smart organization, knowing what you got in front of you, you have to say, let's wait out the rest of the season. Let's play as hard as we can to get into the playoffs and see what we can do. And somehow, look, if the Knicks get into the playoffs and they get through the first round, dare I say it,
Uncle Freezy was right.
Year. Well, if you want to say that, that's fine. But if we get into the playoffs somehow miraculously and we get out of the first round, that's better than what we did last year, though. And that's not meaning, that doesn't say we're a better team than last year. That just means we got a better end result. But the difference is this year we know what happened. So it's not like last year was fool's gold. I think the organization got swayed too much by what took place last year. They made some decisions, and it has not benefited the Knicks. This year, you know what you're dealing with. You can't go and say, we make it to the playoffs, we get out the first round, and we get eliminated. They can't say, oh, no, we're really good. We just need one piece. No, we still stink. We just had a nice run. So, and I think they're smarter this year. They've seen the writing on the wall. They know where they made their mistakes. I hope. I don't think these guys are idiots, because they ran successful businesses around the NBA for years. You gotta, in order to keep something going, you gotta be smart at something. You gotta know how to do something. So I'm hoping they know that much at least, and then we can say Freezy was right as far as getting us to the playoffs. Maybe he was right in that part.
Hey,
Freezy was right.
I don't know.
Ron, let me just say this, right? I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna piece it up and get out of here, right? You know me, I'd like to throw a lot of grenades and leave.
Oh, I know.
So what happens in this scenario here, brother? So we sign Schroeder and we sign Satoransky. We buy out Kemba, right? Kemba's gone, right? Schroeder's our starter, right? Satoransky's the backup. Now, or in some kind of fashion, he's, a contributor. Rose comes back, he's healthy, right? And we make the 10 seed and we get the Atlanta Hawks, right? I know that might not excite you or whatever, but it excites me. And then we get a shot against the Charlotte Hornets, right? And then we knock off the Hornets because I just think Tibbs will outcoach Boringa, whatever his name is.
Mm-hmm.
And once we beat Charlotte, we have a shot at the #1 seed in the conference, the Cleveland Cavaliers. You telling me you don't like those odds? That scenario that I just put in front of you, you don't like our chances. Now I know Cleveland's number 2 in the East right now, back by 1 game. Don't mean they'll stay there, right? Don't mean they'll stay there. So all we have to do is beat Atlanta in Atlanta.
That's possible.
Beat Charlotte with a young, flashy, high-risk level point guard, right? With our veteran team. And then we get the Cleveland Cavaliers in a 7-game series. And y'all telling me that y'all not buying in to this Knicks team. You think we'll lose all the way. And that's what I'm asking. Anyway, I'm out of here, y'all. Mm-hmm. Hey, have a dope show, bro.
Freezy, get your 40 minutes
Appreciate
of sleep
you, Freezy.
okay?
Yeah, man.
Peace out, Freeze.
All right, y'all.
Have a good one.
I want what he's smoking. I really want what he's smoking. Sure. Like, I think he's completely out of his mind.
I mean, listen, Freezy is Freezy. Okay.
It's a Freezy principles.
Yeah, there they go. One thing, let me say this real quick for those new viewers that might have just tuned in or whatever. I know I look too cool for school right now. I'm not too cool for school. Just got a little something going on with my eye right now. It was leaking and whatever. I put these glasses on thanks to D's suggestion, and you know what? My eye feels better. Oddly enough, I don't know what to tell you, man.
Yeah, it's the allergies with the lights and stuff like that. Like they tend to be sensitive and stuff. So you just give it a little bit.
It's crazy.
Yeah,
appreciate you. So yeah, because for those y'all don't know, if you can, I had the Forrest Whitaker eye. It was leaking, man. It was bad. Okay, I'm good now. I'm good. All right. So that being said, Freezy, what he just outlined for the Knicks, I guess, would be like a dream scenario of how they would make their way through the Eastern Conference, because I don't see that happening in that way. But of course, that would be great. I mean, we would love to take on Atlanta and get our redemption, and also go through the Cavs, because even though the Cavs are playing really good basketball, and they're a tough team, but they're young, they're inexperienced still, and we have some good matchups when we play the Cavs. Not all the way, but we've got some good matchups to point to. So yeah, of course, I would love that. Who wouldn't?
Well, during the week, I'll cross-examine Freezy about.
I'm sure you will. I'm sure you will.
Yeah, and because he's missing a whole month and a half of a tough schedule, and just going into this vivid dream of whatever. I don't know. Whatever.
Well, I mean, listen. I mean, somebody's got to be sipping the Kool-Aid at some point, right? So I guess he started, and we all have to decide, if we like it too. I will say that I think that the
Knicks
will
be me.
Definitely.
That's what I'll do with that cup of Kool-Aid.
I think there's a chance that, like I said, the point of this conversation, this whole show today, was getting people's takes on if the Knicks aren't in a position to make a run because of the way they've been playing lately. There's some positives to take from that good style of basketball play that we've seen. It's not perfect. We don't know how if they can sustain it. There's still a lot of good competition. This is a very tough schedule, guys. We're only in the beginning of it. There's more to come. This is a bad schedule.
And our first phase of it, we're at 3-13. And our first phase of it. So, but let's see what happens in the next phase.
I mean, I'm only pointing to the fact that they've been playing better. Julius has definitely been playing better. And for whatever reason, when we saw the true grit of this Knicks team is when they play good competition, they usually come to play. So I'm hoping that spurs them. You know what I mean? That gives them that little extra incentive to go out there and not be embarrassed by the better teams in the NBA. Hopefully that gives them a little extra oomph or whatever. But I don't think Freezy's wrong in that anything could happen. But I don't necessarily say that if I was a betting man, I wouldn't bet on the odds aren't in my favor. I wouldn't bet on that scenario taking place.
Yeah, I mean, any one of us could win the lottery within the week, so I mean, of course anything can happen. But
I don't know. What do you think, Danny? Because D's got a lot to say, and he may not have it all right now. I know he's gonna, like he said, he's gonna pick it apart throughout the week.
Stuff in my pocket.
But what do you think about what Freezy said, Danny?
He's keeping the faith. He's drinking that Kool-Aid. What else? We can't keep thinking bad. I mean, I get what he's thinking, and I feel the same. Like, that's a dream scenario, and I hope that comes true. I hope it's not just a dream. But like I quote the great KG, anything is possible, he said. Anything is possible. If these guys start playing, like, who knows? Like, we can't predict it. I mean, I don't think we have enough to win the championship with this team. But at least we can make it. If we can make a pretty decent run, I'll be happy. I'll be very happy. But if we could see, and like, we're not going to make the playoffs, you know what I would do? If we know what mathematically out of the equation for the playoffs, I'm playing all the young guys. All the other vets are sitting. They can enjoy their seats. I'm going to bring out Sims, McBride, everybody. All the young kids are going to play. No, I don't want to see any more vets. I don't want to see them.
I know, Danny, but you're going to see them. They made investments.
Because it's
well, not even because of Tibbs. It's really Tibbs does have a part to do with it, but it's also the fact that the organization did decide to invest into this movement. So you're definitely going to see them because they also have to get rid of them if they wish to do so, and to do so, they have to build value. And that was one of the reasons why we couldn't get rid of them in this trading deadline, because one, you just made the investment on them, and number two, they haven't been playing too well either. So, and plus the contracts, guys would rather wait next year to go ahead and grab that up than this year. So you could blame the organization on how they set up the contracts or whatnot too. So
that's Ron.
What do you think, Ron?
Well, I kind of think I already mentioned how I felt about it. I think it's nice to think that it's a possibility. Anything's possible, as you said, but I don't think the
fan base would be upset. To be honest, if we play all the kids, I think the fans are going to be happy. Because that's what
Danny, you'd be surprised. I've seen through these channels that there are people, they have arguments like, well, you see, y'all want to play the kids, right? But then you get what you asked for because we're going to lose. And it's like, whoa. If that's your mentality to playing kids, then you have the wrong perspective. You got the wrong glasses on, because that's not the point. The point is that can your youth develop? That's the win. You see, because if they start off at 20 games and they develop well and win 34 games, now we're excited because now we think they can get a playoff berth the next year. You see, and it goes little by little. Those are the W's, not just the W in the loss column. So,
but the development comes as playing these kids. Just sitting on the bench and not developing. If they're out there playing, they're going to develop more. Just sitting there watching, how do you develop?
Right. And plus, to check this out, here's the best part about it. When they do play, you find out who's got it and who doesn't. You see? And you also decide, okay, you know what? This guy may not work out for my organization and my vision and my direction moving forward. So let me at least build him up nice, because then when I go ahead and get rid of him, right, I can get something back in return. So you see, so no matter what, you still got to develop. You see? Even if you bring in vets, you got to develop. Because not all vets have complete games, bro. Or else, you know what I'm saying? You just see a whole bunch of guys scoring 30, 10, and 5 and 7. It don't work that way. So you even got to develop vets too. So development.
That's in our eyes.
That's true. That's true. And what D said is very true, Danny. There's a lot of people that don't necessarily want to see the youth movement in its full capacity. They don't mind seeing a couple young players sprinkled in here and there, but there's people that are worried that the product is going to be too diluted. We're going to look too sloppy out there. We're not going to play solid NBA basketball. And there's certain people, obviously, that don't want to see too much of that. And I may be in the minority. I don't care at this point, because I believe in some of these young guys. I think, of course, there's some guys that may be a little lost out there. There's going to be some moments where you see some bad basketball, but I'm kind of comforted in the fact that I've seen some of these guys play well at spurts. So I think their talent level is going to start to shine. I don't think we'll be as bad as a lot of people think. I mean, of course, if you put a young Knicks team with like Deuce running the point and Sims at center and stuff like that against like a Miami, we're gonna get smacked, and we should get smacked. But that's because that's how good Miami is. You would expect something like that, but that doesn't mean that that's gonna be against everybody. And let me tell you something: those young guys will learn a lot from getting smacked by a team like Miami. Being out there and playing them, this is how you learn things. So look, I just think I don't want to say the season is over, I'm a Knicks fan. I want the best, but I've seen a lot of losing seasons with no direction and with not a lot of prospects happening. I feel like this Knicks team can put themselves in a position to have a good direction, and I think we've got some good young prospects that we can build off of, and I think we can get some other pieces going forward that can take this team to a nice, comfortable level. Maybe become a perennial playoff team, because to me, that's what I think the fans have to hope for. Don't hope for championships. Hope that we can become a perennial playoff team first, that we can always be in the conversation. And then you can figure out, okay, now we know what we are. What piece can we add, or two pieces can we add to get us to the next level? So now we compete at the highest level. But we got to get in it first. We're not even – last year we backed in there, man. We had an incredible second half. That stretch, we were number one in the NBA during that time period as far as our winning record and how we played the last 30 games of the season or whatever it was. You can't that doesn't happen every time, man. That's special. We were spoiled by it, but that doesn't happen a lot.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
And what confuses me is that some people are telling you patience for this vet movement, but people don't want to exercise it to do it from the ground up and do it right. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I think it sounds like they're hoping that a miraculous win now magical story will happen, and then bank on that, and then say, well, Tibbs is the best, and this organization really didn't know what they were doing, and so yeah, man, I don't play those games, man.
Right, I agree with you. And JJ says there's not a direction though. I see what you're saying, but I mean, you know what? Technically, there is a direction. The direction is win now. Even if we don't have the win now pieces, that's that seems like the direction that's what they're putting in front of us. We don't have an organizational direction going forward. It's just the win now thing. I don't know how we got here, but this is where we're at, because every time we think that they're going to show us that they're committed to continuing to rebuild and taking it to the next level, we're not breaking it all down and going back to square one. We don't need to, but continuing to go from this point and cultivating and improving. They show us something else. We get a couple good games of basketball. Even though we don't win the games, we start to point to maybe we can do something here. Then we actually win against the Warriors now. I'm sure that they're like, well, okay. Well, how can we build off of this? How can we back into the playoffs? Because sometimes that's all that matters. And the other thing is this draft is not a strong draft definitely not compared to last year's draft. And some of the ones, in the past, maybe not as strong. So for the Knicks aspect of it, even if you was to lose and get a solid draft pick, 10 to 20, you don't necessarily know if you're going to get a really good player that can help this basketball team at this point. You might get somebody you could develop and go down the line 3-4 years, but the Knicks don't want a guy who has to come in and develop for 3 or 4 years at this point. They want to bring in guys who can hit the ground running
now,
or you can, or maybe a year down the line, something like that, a small development. But they don't want to go through this long haul anymore. I think they've done enough of it with guys like Mitchell and RJ, and we saw what happened with Knox and Miller.
I mean, we could even make the argument were they being even properly developed, because Mitch still has the same game that he has the first year. RJ, but for the exception of the catch and shoot ability, which he fully credited his trainer, Drew Hanlon, if I'm not mistaken, right? Through social media, through interviews, right? Press conferences. Well, I have not seen the development. And then if I go down the list throughout the years, I want y'all to give me all these names that the New York Knicks have developed with our youth. And then maybe I'll calm down, but I haven't seen it. So, it's like, where are we with that? So it is you're right, Ron. It's okay. You could do this now. All right, go ahead. We'll pay you this, and then you come in and you do it now. And that's always been the mentality. And the one time they didn't have that mentality is when they had Mike D'Antoni and Donnie Walsh, because remember they had a Wilson Chandler, right? And they had Danilo Gallinari, right? They had Timothy Mozgov, right? They had Raymond Felton at the play. Amari was playing the MVP half of the season, right? And it looked like it was building, it was growing to something. And then what happened. And then that all got blown up, and you saw Walsh left very soon after. So
Walsh didn't want to make that trade. He didn't want that. He didn't want Carmelo. But all those people, they give up a lot of people. That team was balling at that time.
Well,
they were all together. They were all getting along good. They were traveling together. They were balling that team, and they just blew it up.
Right. And let's be clear with Walsh, Danny. I know that's what you mean, but he wanted Carmelo. He just didn't want to trade for him. He much rather would have waited to free agency and just spend the money and go get him. Carmelo,
correct. Right.
Yeah. Carmelo, one, didn't want to wait because he wanted to come to the Knicks because, he was like a kid in the candy store. I want to go to my hometown team. I can't wait. Okay. Fine.
And then would have been like, Melo, you'll be okay. We'll get you in the summer. Don't worry about it.
Right. And plus, he also, come on. We know it's all about money. By joining the Knicks mid-season, you have a chance to sign a more lucrative contract once you're already under contract going into the next season, as opposed to coming in as a free agent. It cuts down the value of his contract money. We know how this whole thing works. So, in the end, it's always about money. So, yeah, which put it. We were able to, and I thank Melo for that, because prior to that, we hadn't really done anything for quite some time. We were able to figure out a way to put some guys around him with, Jason Kidd and Rasheed Wallace, and we were able to get into the playoffs. We had one of our best records that we've had in a long time.
That was a super win now situation, and it paid off for the year, and then it deteriorated as the years went. That's usually how it works, bro.
That's what it is. That's the problem with these win now scenarios, and that's why I'm not so mad right now, because at least guys, I know we obviously can see that these guys want to win. They're not thinking too much about the future the way we are, but at least they didn't go out and do something crazy like trade for some aging veteran who can only give you so much, a couple of them, should I say, and then really go at the win now. They didn't do they didn't go the Laker route. So let's be happy they didn't do that. And we still have some young players that we can build with on this team. Let's be happy for that at least. G-Man, I see you in the chat. Let's be happy for that, G-Man.
Any other topics you wanted to get into, Ron?
Yeah. I want to get into
I think we beat the hell out of this horse here.
Yeah. That part is over. I want to get into a couple more things. Maybe go about another 40 minutes if you guys can hang out. If you can, it's understandable. I will still be rocking.
We're right here.
Because I know we got a Knicks game at 5:00, so I want to have some time to decompress and relax in between that. Plus, we got life stuff going on too. And even though I'm looking smooth with the shades, this eye, man, I don't know. I gotta get some Visine or something, put something in there, get it right. So, I wanted to talk about, if you don't mind, fellas, because this is the thing that's been it's been weighing on me a little bit. And now we can't really do anything about it. Do you think? And I know this might have come up in passing, but I want to get into it a little bit more realistically, because what are the pros and cons for this gentleman? Do you think Mitch is leaving? Because I think Mitch is leaving, but I hope he doesn't. But I don't know. I want to know what you guys think. As far as not only do you think he's leaving, and what do you think is the benefit for him staying here as opposed to going out there and being a part of a different team? Because we watched our Knicks team enough to know what are the goods and bads of this team and the organization and Tibbs. So just keep that in mind when you're thinking about your answer. Let me go to. I want to go to you, Danny, because I don't want you to be swayed by anything D is going to say, because D says a lot of good points, and then it makes you think, damn, you know what? I agree with D. So I want to see what you're thinking, Danny.
No, I know. I got
what do you think? What do you think about Mitch? Do you think he's out of here, or do you think he wants to stay and be a part of this Knicks team?
I don't really know. I think he wants to be here, but we're gonna have to throw him the bag, right? How much is he gonna get? 80, 90 million, maybe more?
That's the thing, Danny. It's so open-ended right now. We don't know, because if for most of the season we were throwing out low numbers because
I got this bag right here for Mitch. Right here, I got it. It's already set up for him.
he still had he has a little injury history, but he's been pretty solid this year for the most part. And he's probably played his best basketball since he's been a Knick. So it's kind of hard to lowball him. So when you think about that, I mean, I guess we could kind of look at what would a guy of his stature get. The only guy I can compare him to, but he doesn't have the same offensive prowess, is like, was it Jaren Jackson from Memphis?
I think Rudy Gobert is a better comparison.
Yeah,
kind of do the same things.
But Rudy Gobert is elite at a position,
better than
so
Mitch.
he commanded a much higher price tag.
Most definitely.
And let's see. Okay, let me pull this up real quick while you guys are thinking.
I want a veggie back off of D. D, do you think he's really Mitch has gotten really much better since he's first started? Like,
you know my argument to that already. I don't think there's been much development. There's been minor improvements with certain things, like as far as like his rotations on the weak side, and even that he still struggles with sometimes. And him being able to stay in the games with personal fouls, even when I don't feel that was as much of a biggest deal as people put it out to be, but he did improve in it nonetheless. But like a significant evolvement, like development, no, I haven't seen it. No, I just think what he's doing now, I think he's always been good at, and now we're seeing it more because he's a bit older now, and he's grown as far as age wise, and he's gotten he's improved in these areas that he was already good at coming into the league. So yeah.
Now, if we're going to let him walk, who's going to be his replacement? They're going to be looking at Sims. If they let him walk, they'll have another plan. I'm hoping if they can just let him bounce.
Well, I think Danny turned to see Danny just to put everything on me now. So, okay, I think Danny, this is what I think. I think that there are teams in the league, right, that are salivating over what he can bring for a team. The fact that he's only 23 years old, 24 years old.
I think 24, right? Yeah.
Right. He's still a puppy. The fact that in win shares he's 15th, in block percentage he's 6th, in total rebounds percentage he's 12th, offensive rebounds he's 2nd in the league, blocks per game he's 8th, and he's not averaging as many blocks as he did beforehand. I'm looking for the other one. Offensive win shares he's 19th. Like, this guy translates to doing good things on the basketball court for your team to win. I mean, just look at the fact that we're 3rd in points in the paint this year, and opposition points in the paint. Like, Mitch has a lot to do with that, because don't forget, Noel's been out, and we know Taj. We see Taj gas numerous times this year, bro.
Yeah.
So I think I would have to credit, and especially that our perimeter defense has been pretty trash for most of the year. Like, I think Mitch is a gigantic part of that. So I think teams are salivating at the possibility of what they could do with him, especially that he's not being utilized for what he could do. Mitch is a lob threat every single possession, and he's never used. The only one that uses him is RJ, and Randle has used him a little bit, especially in the West Coast trip. I think he's used him like 2 or 3 times, which isn't enough. I mean, they should be using him like 4 or 5, 6 times a game. But so I think there's a large attractive salivation for him, salivation to get him. So now the Knicks are going to be put in a position, and this is why I felt they should have traded him at the deadline and get something really good for him, because I think teams are going to throw a crazy bag at him, bro. And I think the Knicks are not going to match it or don't want to. So in that sense, and if you think about it, other organizations, they're probably looking at it like, wow, man, I could do this with Mitch. I could do that with Mitch. And we've had Mitch for 4 years, and we haven't been able to do probably what some of these organizations are envisioning for him. So, I don't think he stays, Ron, to answer your question. I think he takes his talents elsewhere.
He's going to take his talent. Yeah. They're not.
And do you blame him?
No.
No.
Not at all.
But it upsets me to the point where I feel like that's you can make guesses, and then there's educated guesses and kind of what makes a lot of sense just by what's going on around you. And I think it's a high probability. We don't know what's going to happen, but it's a high probability that Mitch walks. And if we're thinking that, I'm thinking somebody in that organization should be thinking the same thing. And all the more reason why I would have tried to move Mitch at the deadline. Like, to me, that's what I worry about. Like watching this young talent walk away for nothing. And you know, like we just going down, like we don't get free agents to come in here for whatever reason. We are not necessarily drafting the highest type of star when it comes to draft picks. Not saying that these guys that we got are bad. I'm just saying we're not getting like the guys who are this is a no-brainer, like a Scotty Barnes. And I mean, we're not getting those type of guys right now because of where we positioned and just who we picking. Because, you know, there's guys that you get that are lower, and we've seen, like, you know, Bain is one. You know, so we're not getting those type of guys right now, and we're not getting the free agents, the sexy free agents to come in here. So if you got a guy like Mitch who you think could become something else, and you can't hold on to him, you got to either keep him or move him when you can try to move him and get something for him.
See,
so that's the thing.
I have a scenario in my head, right? So let me answer Paris Duggar real quick. He said Mitchell Robinson's rebounding has greatly improved. So let me show you something real quick, so you guys can be informed.
No problem. And I just want to say real quick, guys, thank you for tuning in. Hit that like button. Continue to support the show. I appreciate all of y'all out there.
And make sure to subscribe.
There you go.
That's right, Lucas. Yeah. My man.
Future marketing exec.
Yeah. So let me get these guys in here while you're going, D.
Okay, so Mitch, I'm sorry, Mitch in his first year. What's up, G-Man? Mitch in his first year averaged Freezy Bag. Mitch in his first year averaged 6.4 rebounds, and his next season he averaged 7. Last year he averaged 8, and this year he's averaging 9. And his offensive rebounds were at 2.7 rookie season, 3.6, 3.9. So they have gone up and they have improved, just as I stated. So no problem with that. But the vision that I think, you know, concerning the Mitch thing is this: if you're going to keep him, right, you have to sign RJ too, right? And then most likely, if you like, and then Cam, you have to give him the qualifying offer if you're going to stay with that. So it will be smart for them economically in order for them the offseason in order to move some of these vet contracts, because they would have to have enough more to go ahead and sign these other guys as well, especially if they're trying to keep this youth together. So I think that would be the smart thing to do, right? But if they do decide to do that, now the question also begs now is that will Tom Thibodeau be down for something like that? Because I'm not sure if he's on board with that. And then if that comes in, then do they make a coaching change, or, you know, is Gustas or Rosas, whatever his name is, he here because there are going to be changes in the off season? Like, you know, there's a lot of questions with that. But, you know, would they pay Mitch 5 years, $90 million? I think a team might throw out a 5-year, $100 with the 5th option. Like, I really see something like that happening for him. So it's like, are the Knicks willing to do something like that? It depends on the direction where they want to go.
That's a good point. And two quick things. One, just for context, and by no means we're comparing these two players, which I agree with the comparison, just because of their limited offensive abilities. But one has elite defensive skills, and the other can become a really good NBA defender. I don't know if he can get to elite, even though that's what he wants. We know Mitch wants to be on the NBA all-defensive team and wants to become the defensive player of the year. I don't necessarily think he's that guy right now, and I don't think I've seen that. He has points where he's terror on the blocks. You know, he gets blocks, and sometimes he can be but I just feel like defensively he's kind of taken a little bit of a back seat in this year compared to what he used to do in the past. But okay, that being said, Rudy Gobert got a 5-year, $205 million contract from the Jazz. That's like $41 million a year, guys, for a guy who's not offensively sound. Yeah. That's how elite he is defensively. Now, if you want to compare the two as far as statistically, obviously Gobert's a beast when it comes to what he does do well. So how do you quantify Mitch's value? And I think $100 million off of that number is pretty fair for a young guy who might be able to give you Rudy Gobert light numbers. So $100 million could be fair offer. for 5 years, that could be fair. And I'm not saying that's good for this Knicks team. Maybe it's not. And hold on. There was another to go back to that point. Marvin S said something, and I definitely wanted to bring it up. Oh, there it goes. Oh wait, hold on. Yeah, there it is. So Marvin S said, do us as Knicks fans realize that we do not have a point guard to get Mitch involved. And that's key. And that's something that Mitch might look at like, yo, there's no point guard here that's going to get me the ball consistently. Why am I going to stay here when I can go somewhere else? And I could be, if not the man, I could be part of that mix. So that's something you got to think about for Mitch, because, you know, he also said the most dominant big men have a great point guard to make the game easy for them, lobs and pick and roll and stuff. Don't forget, guys, Mitch this year, and now he might have grown. Mitch might be more mature this year because this has been the quietest I've ever seen Mitch being in a Knicks uniform. Because prior to this year, Mitch was very controversial, firing all his agents, making little slick remarks about the franchise. You know, there's been a lot of stuff going on with Mitch. He's been real quiet. Now, maybe that's all because this is the year of the bag. So I'm like, I'm going to be on my best behavior or hold it down. So we don't know what Mitch is really thinking. Mitch could be like a wild card, man. That's why I say I think he might be out of here. So moving on, G-Man, what do you think about the fact of, do you think Mitch is here to stay, or do you think we might be losing Mitch in the offseason?
Oh, so first of all, thank you for having me, Ron, as always. You know what I'm saying? It's always a pleasure to be up here with these great basketball minds. Salute to the chat. Salute to the Knicks Nation. So, to answer your question about Mitch, I would ask people to just think about the pattern that our franchise, our organization has shown you throughout the course of the years, right? Whenever someone is up for contract years, they ball out. And then after they ball out, we give them the bag. It never failed. So why do we think that's going to be different for Mitch this year? What tells you in your mind that because of the way that Mitch is playing right now, with the assistance of an RJ Barrett to kind of highlight his skill set down in the paint, that he's not going to get the bag. Mm-hmm. I'm telling you right now. Think about your life and the way you move, right? If you are in an organization right now that's not totally bad, and you can see a way that you can kind of progress in this organization, they come to you when it's time for your raise, your merit increase to come about, and they say, hey, listen, I know that you have interest in other companies out there for your talents, right? But this is what I'm willing to pay you right now. And this is the direction that we're moving to. Now, notice that the key word in that sentence is direction, right? We don't have one. To this day, we still don't have one. So until they get, and I think that's going to play a part in to your question, Ron, in what Mitch's decision would be long term. But from an organizational standpoint, I believe that the Knicks are going to offer Mitch the bag, and it's going to be up to Mitch to accept it or decline, just depending on what's out there for him at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Short.
But G-Man, you don't think that win now is a direction?
No, win now is a pipe dream that people are buying into at the detriment of this organization. Let's be real. Okay. Let's be real. If you are win now, that means you have to have pieces within your organization right now today, me sitting here talking to you, that puts us at least at 500 at this point. And we are building upon that. We are regressing in the other way. The people that you brought on for this whole win now scenario have not panned out. And I don't know how long it's going to take us to realize that dog has that ship has sailed. That dog is not hunting at this point in time.
Oh, so you're saying that the win now was a direction, but it hasn't worked, and now you feel like they're just kind of scrambling and don't really know where they're going. Is that what you're trying to say?
Absolutely. So if you think back to the beginning of the season, right? This is how you know they were in win now mode. When you go out and get a Kemba Walker and an Evan Fournier, why are you going to get these guys? You're not going to get them to develop your young talent. That's not why you brought them in here. You have a head coach that's definitely in win now mode to protect and cement his legacy as a basketball head coach. Didn't work out, but we continue to beat the same dead horse night in and night out, and this is how you know that. How many times, barring injuries or somebody that's on safety protocol, have you seen a different starting lineup? I'll wait. I'll wait.
No.
So we can okay. The definition of insanity again, ladies and gentlemen. You keep going out there doing the same thing over and over and hoping for a different outcome. It's not working out. It's not. So when you talk about these players, in Mitch's case, so the organization will offer Mitch the bag, but it's going to be up to Mitch and his camp to figure out if it's worth it in the long haul.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, listen, let me not say, I don't want to take too much time from anybody else speaking. Let me get to Uncle Freezy and see what he thinks about Mitch. You think Mitch is staying or is he out of here, bro? And hold on, before you answer, not only do you think Mitch is staying or is if he's going, but think of it like Mitch. Like, what's the benefits of even staying with the Knicks? Or is it better for him personally to get out of here? That's what I want you to think about when you're about to address the question, Freezy.
I don't know, man. I'd rather have somebody, because I don't have a definitive answer. And instead of making something up, man, I just rather listen to somebody else, see what somebody else got.
Oh man.
Go ahead, Josh.
Me always. Oh, wait a minute. Mayweather, the whole question. Freezy, what's going on, man? I didn't know you had Mayweather skills. Oh.
Nah, because I do have a thought on Mitch, but based on the context or based on the direction of the conversation, yeah, I'd just rather hit. You know what I'm saying? I'll pass.
Okay. Just say your thoughts, bro.
I mean, I don't know what that means. I'm a little worried. Like,
I know you got a little Mayweather there. All right, it's all good. I'll go.
All right. Well, listen. Let's see what Josh has to say. And then Freezy, if you feel like after that point, no, I gotta say it, then we'll come back to you, brother.
All right. First of all, good afternoon, gentlemen. Good to see you. Always a pleasure.
What's up, bro?
Salute to the chat out there. Yeah, salute to still Knicks fans and to all of the people in the chat and everything like that. But let me just get right to it. First of all, G-Man, I disagree with you 100%.
Of course you're
not. You're not bringing Kemba Walker and Evan Fournier in here and you're saying you're going to win now. Win now means you're in contention for a championship. The Knicks didn't think they were going to be in contention for a championship in the offseason when they brought those two guys in here. Absolutely not. And I think that it was the fan base, right, who were delusional enough, right, and I'm going to say I'm going to be one of them. I'm going to put myself in there, right, to think that this team was going to be or that the East was not going to be competitive or as competitive as they are now, right? And to think that we were going to do something meaningful this year as far as wins and losses. That's what it comes down to. This team is not built to win now. Now, you can argue all day that they have a win now coach, but I see it differently. To me, I think the Knicks, what they were trying to do and what they told you they were going to do, they were going to put a competitive team out there on the floor and they can continue to build through the draft and develop the young guys, which they have done. They are developing the young guys, in my opinion, and they put a competitive team and a competitive roster on the floor. Right now, the wins and losses, we may not have won as many games as you thought they were going to win, but it does not mean that this team is not doing exactly what they said they were going to do. And the trade deadline tells you that. In regards to Mitchell Robinson himself, the Knicks can offer Mitchell Robinson an extra year, one more year than any other team can offer him. But I don't know if the amount of money per year, Mitch can get more money per year than the Knicks can offer him. So really it comes down to whether Mitchell Robinson wants to stay put, lock up some long-term security for him and his family for that extra year, or go somewhere else and make more money per season. That's what it comes down to. Same with Brunson, same with a lot of guys who are going to be free agents in the offseason. So that's what it comes down to. If I'm the Knicks, I offer Mitch that contract. I offer him that. I give him what I think he's worth. Right, and then if he decides to go somewhere else, there's nothing you can really do.
What is that? What is that number?
What would you give him? Yeah, I was just going to ask that. What would you give him?
I personally, I would give Mitchell Robinson $15 million a year. $15 million
for how many years?
So for 4 years. So I would do like around
4 for 60.
4 for 60.
Yeah, between 4 for 55, between 55 and 65, something like that. Between 14.5 to about 16.5 to $17 million a year. That's what I would do personally. Now he can go get more per season somewhere else for a team that has cap space. So I think the Pacers, Orlando, which they got Mo Bamba already, so that wouldn't be a good fit. So you're looking at the Pacers, and they got Miles Turner, right? So they got him. And Detroit, they have some cap space. They're looking at him in the offseason, so they can offer him more money per season. But that's what the Knicks are basically are going to be competing against. I'm not sure if Charlotte is on that list, but they probably are. But
they have expirings, and they'll trade and make room for a Mitch.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they need him.
Okay, and okay, so yeah, okay, throw Charlotte in there, but there's also the sign and trade option. The team can give the Knicks back some compensation instead of the Knicks just letting him walk and unrestricted free agency. So all that is on the table. But basically, that's what it comes down to. If I'm the Knicks, I'm going to offer Mitchell Robinson that contract. I want Mitchell Robinson to be here, and then see what happens. So that's just me.
So the question is, that's a very flexible contract. I think, honestly, that's what Mitch is worth. I don't know if Mitch thinks that's what Mitch is worth, because like I said, he's been very quiet. And the other thing is, like, you know, we don't know if Mitch really even loves being here. Mitch looks like he's out there playing ball. He's having a good time with some of his teammates, like the certain guy, but we don't know how he feels. He's been real quiet. I like that about him. It's good. So in your proposed 4-year deal, Josh, if Mitch came back and said, okay, I'll take that, but I want 5 years, would you do 5 years?
Well, the Knicks are the only team that can offer him that extra year because he's currently on this team. They have his bird rights or whatever. So the Knicks are the only team that can do that. But I did want to say that I think DeAndre Ayton is a big part of this because I think he's going to set that market. They got drafted in the same year. They're both going to be free agents at the end of the season. I don't think Mitchell Robinson is on DeAndre Ayton level, but I think depending on where Ayton falls is kind of going to be how he's going to negotiate. His agent is going to negotiate what he's worth. So I think that domino needs to fall first before we can really gauge it. But I think that's just how that's going to play out.
Bro, if you wait, he gone.
That makes sense too.
If you wait, he is gone.
Especially because I already think he's out of here. But
yeah,
you know, I don't know
because you waited. You had 2 years to offer him a contract extension, right? And then you're gonna tell him to wait. Hey man, just wait for the market to be set.
Well, hold on, Freezy. Hold on. But how do you know they didn't offer him that extension already, and he just declined and waited? So you got to be careful with the wordplay because you said, yeah. No, I don't. Hey, hold on, Freezy.
I'm not holding on because what you're saying, what you're doing is pussyfooting, right? Because how can you say certain things in the organization can be leaked and we can get inside information on some stuff, but then we can't get inside information on other stuff, right? How can we sit here and say, well, Tibbs wants to have say in the front office and blah, 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 but then when it comes to Mitchell Robinson's contract thing, then we say, well, no, you don't know if they made the offer or not. We can't do that. We got to be consistent in the way that we approach stuff.
The fans
either the front office leaks, either you have a hole in your boat or you don't. There's no such thing as a halfway hole in your boat. Either you have leaks or you don't. So what we want to say is, if we say this about Mitch, then every other thing that you say on a controversy and Nothing But Knicks and on our joints too, you have to take the same approach. We got to be consistent.
How is that inconsistent? The fans don't need to know everything, Freezy. We don't need to know everything.
Hey, yes, we do, because that NBA basketball is an entertainment business. It's not the government. And even in the government, we want to know everything.
Yeah,
right?
but we don't need to know everything.
We believe in full transparency. That's what this. When you invest money in something, you want to know what you are getting back in return. You don't just pay. You don't just throw money in a hole. Bro, that's not how this works.
You lose leverage if you do that, Freezy. You lose leverage if you do that. No front office and you lose leverage to the other teams in the NBA because you show your hand. You show your hand. Why would you want everything to be out there on the table?
How are you losing leverage against other teams when you are in a one-on-one negotiation with your player?
Because if you put out there how much you think Mitchell Robinson is worth, another team can say, "Oh, I can top that," instead of holding it and keeping it close to the belt. Why would you want everything to?
So hey, Danny, can you DJ? Because we need to put some music on for Uncle Fulio, okay? Right?
I answered your question. I answered your question.
And so for one, the question was rhetorical. It was rhetoric, right? And two, when you as an organization go to negotiate with your player, there is no other team involved. Why are we even consider the other 29 teams when it's you and your player, right? Now, if you said Mitchell Robinson's agents or Mitch had leaked info, then I'd say, okay, because the organization can't control that. Right? But as an organization, you negotiate with your own player in-house. This is one-on-one, bro. This is like the Knicks did it. This is the Knicks and RJ Barrett. They don't involve Toronto.
How do you know they didn't do that though? Is what I'm asking.
What? Okay. You won, bro. I'm just giving up. I'm just giving up. You won.
I'm just saying. Like, how do we know?
The argument is always against the players. Y'all never hold the front office accountable for nothing. You don't ever hold the front. Obi Toppin not playing. McBride not playing.
Obi is playing.
And his organization is not the minutes he deserved to be playing.
But he's playing.
Right. But so instead of you saying that this is a coaching staff organization issue, we blame the player. Right? We always do that, bro. We always blame the players for everything. The reason why the franchise sucked is because Randle wasn't playing up to, you know what I'm saying? I mean, come on. And I ain't trying to get on no tangent here, Ron. I'm sorry, man. But you know what I'm saying is all I want.
I hear you.
All I want is in a conversation between passionate Knicks fans, can we be consistent? It's not always about being right. Can we be consistent? Like if you bring up a certain thing, right? Stay consistent across the board. You know what I'm saying? Because the only person on these panels across the Knicks universe that is always right is Uncle Freezy. Right? and I get it. Everybody can't be Uncle Freezy. I get it. Everybody can't be Uncle Freezy. I get it, right? No matter we nothing but Knicks, KnicksFanTv, CK2K, Terry and Trey, all these guys, everybody, the only person that's gonna be right 100% of the time is Uncle Freezy, and I get it. Right?
What a belt at, man. You gotta have a belt on when you say these kind of things. You gotta put the belt on, man.
Uncle Freezy, listen, for real. So the thing with Mitch is this. The thing with Mitch is this, man. We can't speculate about the negotiation and say a certain number and all that stuff, right? Mitch said, and every time he's asked, every time he's pressed, he says, hey, I let my agents handle that stuff. Is that not what you heard recently from Mitchell Robinson?
Yep, out of his mouth. Yep.
Right? But what have you heard from the organization? What has the organization said?
Zero.
As they should. Why would they go out and say that?
They could say something like, yeah, Mitch is a priority for us.
Right.
They don't have to throw out a number. They don't have to throw out a number. The organization could have said, yeah, Mitch, we like Mitch. We love Mitch. Mitch is a priority for us. And we're doing the best we can. They did not have to throw out 5 years, $100 million.
So right? would that make you feel better if they did that?
Yo, I'm gonna tell you this: your front office is a bunch of cowards.
Oh man,
they are.
Well, you know what? I want to say this. I think that they don't have to necessarily throw out numbers, but I think it would be a really good look to champion a player that has been playing well for you for the most part of this year. Yes. In Mitch, it would be a nice look to say, you know what? We are currently not discussing any contracts at the moment. We just want the team to focus on playing basketball, but Mitch is definitely a priority for us. That I think that's a really smart, good move from an organization. It's not at all. Because even if the negotiation and the talks break down, okay, he was a priority for us, but we couldn't meet. I mean, we couldn't see eye to eye on something. There's nothing wrong with that. I think publicly, you letting someone, a young guy like Mitch, who had some immaturity in the past, but looks like he's matured a lot. But you're telling this guy that, listen, we value you. Hopefully
why do they have number on? But why do they have to do that through the public though? They can just tell him that when they offer him the extension.
No, I know, but maybe it'd be nice. You know how. Listen, I'm never gonna understand how an NBA basketball player thinks, but I do know one thing. A lot of them have egos, and they like their egos to be stroked. So if you put it out there in the public that we value you as a part of this team, and we want to see if we can get a contract done with you because we think you're a big piece here, I think they like to hear that stuff. I know Julius would love to hear that instead of you saying, well, we're announcing a new black Kith Court, new uniforms, and this is our spokesperson, Kemba Walker. I know Julius would have loved to be that guy. Yeah. I'm just saying, like, you know what I mean? Like this, that's how it is. Some of these guys are like that. They want to see that.
Pat Riley, who on last time I was on here, you were lauding as, you know, the Miami Heat having a good developmental, whatever.
They do.
When do you hold on? No, I know.
All right. Well, you brought it up. You know how it is. It's feisty here, bro.
Yeah, I got you. Pat Riley. You rarely hear Pat Riley going into the media playing his hand. Pat Riley is a slick dude who you really never even hear from. Yeah. Same with the people who run other organizations. Like you don't have to do that. Us as Knicks fans, we're sitting here speculating about what they did do and what they didn't do. But the truth is, we don't know. We don't know. We make our judgments. We make our judgments after the moves have already been made, and we assume that they didn't do something or that they did do something. We frankly don't know. And I'm saying that they don't have to tell us anything. They don't. They really don't.
But you know what, Josh? Hold on, G-Man. Let me just get it out. I'm going to have a senior moment. I'll let you go. But the difference, Josh, is that Pat Riley and the Miami Heat, well, Pat Riley himself, what he's got going on, he's like Blue Magic, baby. It's a brand. It speaks for itself.
It's a brand. Right.
And the team, exactly. The team and the players, they talked around the NBA. People know what you're getting in a Pat Riley run organization. The Knicks can't do that. And I don't think these Knicks players are going around the rest of the NBA. Yo, it's really good over here in New York, man. You don't know. No, because it's not. So we don't have the luxury. Like Pat Riley's done enough. He's got enough cachet. We've seen him put together a big three in Miami when they had no money. Like they figured out and finagled a way to make that happen. And then after all that, all them guys is gone. They still got a good team. That's one of the elite teams in the NBA because he just knows how to do his thing the right way. He makes those players feel good. Maybe he don't have to do it publicly, but people know around the league who Pat Riley is and how he runs his ship. The Knicks don't have anything that we could hold our hat on when it comes to our organization right now. We still trying to figure it all out.
The fans
ain't necessarily a hallmark statement right there. That's not the selling point. Don't come to New York, man, because you know.
And here's another thing too.
I'm saying the fans don't have anything they can hold their hat on. That's
what
I'm saying.
The fans. I see what you're saying, but I don't know.
Let me say this real quick. Just
I got you, G man. We'll be right back to you.
Is that you have to understand that the reason I can understand the gripes of the fans. I understand why the organization wouldn't share anything, but the gripes of the fans come from this: that if they don't sell the tickets, right, organization can't run as fluently. That's why they were so to get out of the bubble and to get out of this COVID thing and get people back at the fans because they were losing money. You see? So fans are a big part of that. Also, too, NBA players also receive 50% off merchandises that we buy for them. Right. So that's why the fans feel like, it's like, can you just we don't have to know the whole plan because you don't want to play your whole hand, right? But we do want a bit of transparency because we do want to support what you're doing. So I can get both sides of the matter, though. That's how it works.
I just think you using Pat Riley was the wrong example, bro. Because why you use Pat Riley and this whole I can stay radio silent to do such and such. When Pat Riley won championships with the Lakers, he had the two most popular players in the NBA in his starting five.
He was
had
a coach.
Magic Johnson.
He wasn't in the front office. He was a coach. Freezy.
Okay.
Ron, put on Max Callie's comment.
All right, never mind. Hey, y'all go ahead. I just think that the
Freezy, speak your mind, man.
This whole thing, the thing is nebulous, bro. It's like we throwing the points, in the air, right? And we not focused on the one thing or the other for the sake of maybe it's because G-Man here and G-Man intimidate people. That's what it is.
He did do 500 push-ups before he jumped on.
But the point I was saying about
Army
Pat
strong.
Riley, the point I was making about Pat Riley is why you say Pat Riley can be stone-faced and radio silent. He had the most popular players in the league on his team when he was winning championships, right? So he could stay radio silent and stone-faced, and fans would still love his teams because they love to see Magic Johnson smiling. They love to see LeBron James and Dwayne Wade hugging each other at the championships, bro. This is something we can't just use the outliers and then use them as the status quo.
What about Masai Ujiri?
What about him?
Press conference.
Yeah.
What about him?
Does he talk? Do you hear Masai Ujiri talk and let everybody know what his plans are for the Raptors?
Yeah, he does give a general framework, and other organizations do as well.
He's one of the most accessible. He's one of the most accessible dudes in the man. The halftime reporters walk up to him, and I saw him twice this year talk at halftime. What are you talking about?
I just think that because we don't know.
Reporter at halftime said, "Hey, there's Masai Ujiri."
Well, listen, Josh, do guys move in silence? Of course they do, but there are organizations out there that they do take out the time to go ahead and give you a general framework of the ideas of what they have moving towards this season.
Leon Rose already told us what the framework was. Y'all just don't want to believe it. He already told us when he first got hired. He told us.
You know what?
No, they do it every year, Josh, and they do it sometimes twice a year, not every 3 years, bro.
But what I'm saying is, what difference does it make whether you do it twice a year or whether you do it once a year? To me, Leon Rose already told us what the framework was. We're going to continue to build through the draft, and we're going to continue to put a competitive team on the floor. He told us this already.
Josh, you
speculate.
Bro, you're speaking like a Navy man. You speaking like a Navy manual, bro. Stuff that happened. Yeah, stuff that happened in 1998 may not be the same in 2022.
That's hyperbole.
The book is still in rotation.
That is hyperbole, and you know it.
No, that's not hyperbole. When it's you're telling me that books are not in rotation. How is that hyperbole?
No, you said 1998. That's her hyperbole.
So I just feel like books from 1998 are not still in existence.
Well, hold on, Freezy. Hold on, Josh, because y'all can keep going and we'll jump into something else. I want to get G-Man in here and let him get his thoughts. He's been waiting patiently and quietly. And I know G-Man got spurred up because Josh said something else that got him going. Got the flame lit, man. G-Man. But you know what? I'm sorry, G-Man. I got to do this. This is the best time for me to do it. I hate to do this to you.
Do what you do, brother.
All right, bear with me, guys. You know where we at, guys. This number is wrong. I'm gonna change it right now. So let me do that real quick because we want to keep it right over here. Yeah, I think that's correct. Let me do that. Boom. Okay, we're good. All right, guys. So I thank you guys as always. Thank you to the chat, everybody. Salute to you guys for always rocking with us. We appreciate y'all. You know, we are building. Thank you for everything. We're trying to get to that 1,000 number of subscribers by the end of spring or beginning of spring, should I say? Hopefully, maybe by April 1st. You know the mantra: New Year, same me. More subscribers. So continue to support. We got to keep building this year. We're doing everything we can to build the product, and then hopefully, you know, I envision it that maybe sometime at the end of this year, maybe going into next year, we'll give you guys even more content, a new look. You know, maybe we are able to give you better sound quality, better visuals, and really take it to the next level, because that's what I like. And I know John and Jose also like that type of stuff. We like bells and whistles. So we're trying to get there. And just so you know, guys, I'm going to say this. I'm not going to always say this because I feel, I'm a little uncomfortable about it. But just so you know, if you want to know, there is a Patreon account set up. There's also Cash App that is set up. It's on the YouTube page. If you want to find it, it's there. If you really want to find it, I'm not making a big deal about it.
I'll say it for them. Listen. Support these young guys. Support these young guys in their endeavor. They putting together quality content for you guys. They being here for y'all so y'all can get this Knicks content that y'all want and deserve. You're not always gonna get Uncle Freezy and Uncle Fulio arguing over BS, right? You getting that today on a random Saturday from still Knicks fans. Support these young guys and help they grow their channel, man. We want to do our part to help them grow so they can keep providing a dope product for us. Because right now, when you turn on ESPN, they ain't gonna be showing Knicks, bro. Right now, you're getting Knicks content on a random Saturday afternoon. Let's go. Support these guys. We should be at 600 subscribers by the end of the show. But in the next 48 hours, we should be up to 600 subscribers on this joint. Support Ron. And the other thing I want to say too is this: there are only a few real chief rockers in this Knicks universe, and you're looking at 2 of them on the same screen or 3 of them on the same screen right now. Right? Everybody ain't chief rockers, right? Everybody don't know how to do these panels and manage these discussions. right? And you watching, and you got like, man, listen, you got your Austin. Everybody ain't a moderator, and everybody don't know how to drive conversations, right? And you got Ron and Uncle Fulio and D Poetic and everybody. Man, listen. Everybody ain't a chief rocker. Anybody could do a YouTube channel, right? But everybody ain't gonna be dope, right? And right now you getting dope content, man. Support these guys, right? I'm sorry, Ron. I ain't trying to hijack your joint. I just get pat. When I watch a joint, I always watch our joints, bro. Even if I'm at work, I'll turn it. Even if I can't see it, I'll listen to it, right? And listen, when I'm cooking, I'll turn y'all joints on and listen, man. You know what I'm saying? Y'all put forth dope content, and I think that it's a crime. It's a crime that y'all ain't at 4,000 subscribers already, bro. Just keep grinding, bro. You the man.
It'll happen.
Thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate all the love, all the the great comments about the product that we're trying to do for the community. And we, like I said, always, we're Knicks fans. We just love our team. We want to continue to grow and put out better content. And guys, don't think, like I said, I feel uncomfortable about it. Like I said last time, Cash App, Patreon, it's out there if you want to find it. I ain't telling you where to look. If that's something you interested in, it's there.
Tell them where to look, bro. You doing
it's on the channel. There's stuff there. You can find it. You can, if you want to look at it, there's an about page. That's all I'm saying. I said enough. Come on, I said too much. Anyway,
I'm ready to go there right
now. I appreciate. I don't want y'all to think that I'm out here trying to buy more of these. Like, I got enough shades, bro. I'm good. So this is about us building the channel. We try to put money into this thing. We ain't really nowhere right now. So, we just trying to get better mics, get better, better visuals, all this stuff. We just trying to grow. So we're going to continue to push. That being said, I'm done. My spiel is over. New Year, same me, more subscribers. We have 539 subscribers. Let's go, chat. Appreciate y'all. We keep growing, keep building. Thank you. And I think the number just went up, but whatever. Anyway, thank you guys. Now back to G-Man. I apologize, brother. I got to do this once a show. You know how it is.
I get it, but I have totally lost my train of thought.
Oh no,
it's gone, brother. Because let me tell you something about once you reach my age, if you don't get your thoughts off right away, guess what?
It's gone. It's gone.
It's gone. It's gone. It is what it is. I continue to listen.
Hold on. Josh, say something.
Sometimes
anything Josh will say will get G-Man going. Say something, Josh.
And sometimes we just have
go Navy beat Army. Go Navy beat Army all day.
Yeah.
So, and when he said donate some money, we need some Navy money. We don't need none of that Army money. We don't need none.
Don't y'all have a credit union already?
We don't need that. We need some Navy money. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God!
Yeah,
so Navy Fed just came into existence probably 5 years ago. Stop playing with me right now. but just on a real tip, ladies and gentlemen, I will say this: everything that we talk about, everything that I've heard you guys discuss, you all have valid points from a certain point of view, if that's your point of view. But at the end of the day, if you don't have a direction, a foundation on which to build upon, we're going nowhere. I don't care what player you talk about. I don't care about stats. I don't care about GMs. I don't care about who's in the camera, who's not in front of the camera. If this organization does not have a direction to establish with this organization, we'll still be talking about this time 2 years from now.
Sergeant, but hold on. But you said the Knicks had a direction last season. So what?
No, I did not.
You never said that? You never said that?
No.
Oh, okay.
Run the tape back, John. Run the tape back. I'm on record of asking this question. What is the direction of the New York Knicks? So I'm not going to tell you we have a direction, and then the direction.
What? A direction.
A direction. A direction. What are we doing?
Okay.
What are we doing? So I'm glad you brought it. So Ron, you are a genius, bro. Because when you say that, and Josh said what he just said, it brought back something in my mind. So
there you go. There it is.
There we go.
That's how it works. You got to trace the steps.
Yeah.
So when we talk about win now mentality, right? So you said that when we bring in a Fournier and a Kemba Walker, that's not a win now scenario. What we're doing is we're just trying to win more games. How is that different?
I didn't say win more games. I said we're going to be competitive. That's what I said.
Okay, how is that different?
How is what different?
Okay, you bring these guys in to be more competitive. Is that not the same as win now?
No.
What's his definition of competitive? G-Man, that's what you have to ask them.
My definition of competitive is not getting blown off the floor every single night. It's to put together a team, right, that can compete in games. And I get it. We lost a lot of close games this year. We have. Besides the games against Milwaukee where we got blown out, and Phoenix and Denver, we've lost a lot of games that we all felt like we could have won. We lost because of missed free throws, turnovers, or what have you. But let's not act like Cleveland is a win now team. They're a contending team, right? That's what they are. We didn't think that, but that's exactly what they are now, right?
So Jeff,
again. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I want you to finish your point so I can ask you.
No, that's my definition of competitive, and I think that's what the Knicks thought. Right now, it wasn't about the wins and losses, and I don't think the front office was thinking. And this is what I think. I don't know for sure. This is what I think. I think that they still are going with the same plan that they laid out in the beginning of the season, and when Leon Rose got hired, we're going to continue to build through the draft. If an opportunity comes along for us to be able to get better down the road, then we're going to make that decision. But there has not been that opportunity besides them going out and getting Cam Reddish, right? And Cam Reddish will be here next season to play. So I just think that this whole thing about the Knicks not having a direction and we don't know where we're going all of a sudden because we're losing some games, to me, I just think that's a flawed argument.
So you're okay? So if we won 21 games this season, right? But we were competitive. You're okay with that?
Yes.
Oh, okay, good. All right.
Yeah,
that's very good.
Yeah, I think the direction thing is maybe a tad overblown. I want to take a step back from that because I think the Knicks do have with Thibodeau. I think the Knicks have a direction, and that's try to win as many games as possible.
Yeah.
But the only thing about the organization's direction, I think it is different. I think the organization is soft and inept, right? I don't think they have a clue. I think their decision maker is Inspector Clouseau from Pink Panther. I think he is as clueless as that female detective on Luke Cage. Anybody in here watch the Luke Cage series? Where she always have all the answers in the first 2 minutes of the episode, but walk around the streets getting beat up and looking clueless. And then at the end of the episode, she always like, "Oh, okay, Shades did it." Well, you knew Shades did it because he did it right here beside you, and you got the videotape for proof. That's what I think. I think the front office is clueless, and I think the direction is win now.
So in that respect, right? Because Josh has one side where he says that he's listening to the organization, and they stated that the goal was to be competitive and build to the draft, right? So now you have Freezy's side, which is on the side of Tibbs, which is saying we want to win as many games as possible. So if those two things are true, would you say that there is a conflicting turmoil going on within the front office and the coaching staff?
Yes, and I'll tell you what would be the death knell to this argument is if the Knicks are aggressive in the buyout market.
Stop playing right now.
If the Knicks are aggressive in the buyout market, if they go get some vets and have them play over the kids, that tells you what direction that they're going
in. I don't. And the crazy part about what you just said, I would love to sit here and say, Uncle Freezy, you are a raving lunatic right now. I would love to be able to sit here and tell you that. But based upon what I've seen this organization do, that's not far-fetched, bro. Not even almost. Not even almost. And that's scary to me. That's scary to me.
So Freezy, we've had this conversation before, right? If there's turmoil between the front office and the coaching staff, we already know who pays the price for that, right? And we know the kids pay the ultimate price for that because one wants to go one direction, the other one wants to go another direction, and you got the kids just swaying back and forth like this, wondering which way we're going.
Yeah, screaming 2 Christmases. 2 Christmases.
Well, hold on. But just because you say that you want to be competitive, right? Of course you want to win games, right? You don't want to go out there and say, okay, we're going to lose now. I don't think that's not what they're doing either. Just because you say you want to be competitive does not mean that you don't want to win games. Right, and just because you're not winning doesn't mean they're not mutually exclusive. Is what I'm trying to say. Being competitive and winning now is not mutually exclusive. So
I find that weird because when I asked you if 21 wins was good and that's being competitive and speaking for the front office, you agreed to that.
Right.
So with Freezy is saying it's something totally different.
But hold on, you can win 21 games and still be competitive though.
Yeah, I know. We agree to that. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that because you just said that that they're not mutually exclusive, right? So when I had asked you the question about, being competitive, if you win 21 games, is that okay? And then you said, yeah, it is okay as long as we're competitive.
Right.
I'm trying to finish. so cool. So now when you bring in the win now mentality, which we speak of, and which Freezy co-signed, is that that's the time that Tom is in now. And I asked, would that be a turmoil? You're right. Would that be a turmoil between the directions of the front office and the coaching staff? Because as you agreed, 21 wins will be okay as long as we're competitive and we're not going off that path. You see, because we're building through the draft. Right?
I didn't answer that last question specifically about the front office and Tibbs. I didn't answer that. I know Freezy did. But so okay. I do think now listen, I agree. If the front office and the coaching staff, again, we don't know, right, is on different paths, I think that's a huge problem. Huge problem. Right. And that report that came out that said Tibbs wasn't on board with the Cam Reddish thing, and then Cam Reddish didn't play right away. To me, that's a big deal. That's a big deal. And I've been on record by saying that. However, on the other hand, when you look at it, Cam Reddish has a qualifying offer for next season. They are most likely going to pick that up. I feel like they will. Right? Again, I don't know, but I feel like that they will. They wasted their first round pick. Not wasted. They spent a first round pick to bring him in here, so they're going to pick up the qualifying offer. Next season, we got a full season to see what we're going to do with Cam Reddish. Right? We got a full season. Everybody wants him to play now and get extended minutes now, but they're forgetting about next season and the seasons beyond that. So to me, right now, I just think we have to give it time and let this whole thing play out instead of assuming that all of a sudden it's a catastrophe and everything is all super bad and the Knicks don't have a direction. I think they do have a direction. I think they're sticking with their plan and not going to make any knee-jerk moves to appease what's going on right now.
Josh, we're all assuming. Let's understand that. We are all assuming. What we're doing is that we're being detectives, and we're just picking up the pieces and the evidences, and then we build our conclusions and hypotheses from that. So you're right. It could be one way. It could be the other way. It's just that we're going to go towards a direction of where the evidence is pointing stronger to. You see?
Right. And I think... Right, and okay, that's fair because the front office doesn't talk. I get it. That's exactly what we're doing. We're
Josh,
all
can I just interject something? I just want to just say something real quick. This pair is good, bro. But let me. I just want to say this, bro. So first, the Cam Reddish qualifying offer thing is not exactly it. So Cam Reddish is a top 10 pick. He's on the same contractual path as RJ Barrett. Where the team has the option to pick up the 5th year of guaranteed 4 years, right? And since this is the 3rd year, they are in the window where they can start the process of talking about the rookie extension. Yeah, correct. Right. And so it's for both players. Both players are top 10 picks, right? So it's not RJ 1 year and Cam another year. It's everybody. It's Zion, Ja, RJ, everybody that was in there, whatever, right? The other thing too is what I'm saying about being competitive and win now is if the team wants to win now, they are going to damn the torpedoes, and I know that's a Navy term, right? They're going to damn the torpedoes and sacrifice whoever to win. Now, the thing about being competitive is something totally different. Because you can be competitive with different personnel. You could try to be competitive and try to win with the kids. That's what you want to do. Or you could be competitive and try to win with the vets or some mix. But if you are in win now, you are like damn the torpedoes. Like the most important game if in win now mode, the most important game on the Knicks schedule is today against the Portland Trailblazers at 5:00. That's the most important game of your season. And win now means after the Portland game, whoever is next is the most important game of your schedule, right? Not looking down the road to Brooklyn and all kind of other stuff. It's stack these wins and try to win. That's what I was trying to clarify.
And to veggie back that, and that's clear evidence of what happened in Denver.
You're right.
Yeah, especially in this press conference and how he spoke to his mind, his thinking, and his plans as to why he did that. You definitely know that that's his thinking. Absolutely.
I think we're looking at it, from a big picture. We're looking at it in a little bit of a microcosm, right? That one game as a microcosm of the entire plan. Like that one game, or in every single game that we play, of course, the coaches are going to say we're going to try to win that ball game. Like you played to win the game. That
Oh no, Josh, I
game,
can bring you a whole evidence of seasons. I was just saying that game just happened recently. It's in people's minds, and he did kind of just blatantly state that in the press conference.
And again, as a coach, right? Because I coach football, and I want to win every single game that I go out there. But from a big picture perspective, right? There's a difference between
you coach at Independence.
Where?
Independence.
No, I coached in New York. I coached in Brooklyn. Football.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
okay, so you said the big picture.
Yeah, and the big picture thing, I think that's a little bit different than looking at every individual game. Of course, every coach wants to win every game that he's playing, right? You're not going out there telling your team, "Well, yeah, guys, we're going to lose."
Just develop. Right.
You're not telling them that, right? So I think in the big picture, the front office has a direction, right? Just because we're not winning now, and G-Man, I got to throw you out there again, Freezy, you too, because last season when we were winning some games, right? You guys were on record, and I can go back and pull these up, but on record saying that you liked the direction of where this team was going. You guys on record saying it. Right. And the thing that changed is because we're not winning as many ball games, so all of a sudden all that stuff goes out the window.
No, Josh. That's not the only thing that changed. The thing that changed is last year we're a defensive basketball club, and we had defensive basketball players
at that moment. Okay.
So stay with me. At the end of the season, once we get ousted after the playoff, we decide as an organization we need more shooters, right? So instead of you going out and getting me dedicated shooters, you want me to be pacified by you bringing me an Evan Fournier and a Kemba Walker, and then I'm supposed to be okay with that. At first, okay, let's see how this develops, right?
Evan Fournier wasn't a shooter. He wasn't a dedicated shooter.
Let me finish, Josh.
You got it.
I'm telling you this. That at the onslaught and bring these guys in here, we had one expectation of what they were going to do. I say give them 20 games to figure out what's going to happen. After those 20 games, that didn't pan out. In my mind, you as a head coach or the front office, the organization, whomever we're talking about right here, make an adjustment. That never happened. So what happened last year, us being on board with what happened last year, that was a blessing. But don't get it confused by being happy about success of last year and you not being able to capitalize on that this year. That's my problem.
I just disagree with the logic. I just disagree with just because the Knicks and that's what it comes down to. The Knicks were winning some of these close games that we'll be talking about, and they'll be in a high playoff seed. We wouldn't be having this conversation. We wouldn't even be having this conversation right now. All of this is because the Knicks are not doing as good as we thought they were going to do. But it doesn't stop from the future and what you have moving forward. None of that stuff stops.
See, this is what you try to do, right? You try to minimize what's real and the microcosm of what we're talking about right now. The problem is that the front office is supposed to be able to provide you the assets to be able to go out and win basketball games.
Which we have.
Tom Thibodeau's job is to put those assets into play and put them in the best position to win basketball games. That's not happening right now. But we continue to make excuses for all these different entities as to what their purpose or part is in the failures that we're experiencing.
Do you think giving Deuce McBride extended minutes is the best position right now for us to win basketball games?
Hold
on. Do you think giving Obi Toppin extended minutes is the best position for us to win basketball games right now?
Nope, I don't. But
okay,
this is what I do believe, Josh. This is what I do believe. I believe if the direction of this basketball team was develop these young players, and I believe that them having extended minutes on the team would benefit that development.
So this is what I've been saying right here. So if Obi Toppin, so we just made a blanket statement, like just give Obi minutes, does it such and such. But what if you give Obi Toppin more minutes and he plays better?
What if?
No, wait, hold on a second. I want to go back to the Deuce one real quick. Deuce is our best on-ball defender on this basketball team. And all I need him to do who's a better on-ball defender than Deuce McBride on our team?
Quentin Grimes.
Not better than Deuce.
Okay, that's a personal opinion. But
that's fine. No problem.
Hold on. Before you go, D, The only thing I will say about Josh is we don't know. We don't see Deuce play. We
Yeah,
see
right.
Quentin get busy out there because he's playing.
But based how I seen him guard SGA and stuff of that nature, I'm like, wow, like it was just clear to me by leaps and bounds. Anyway, I don't. So instead of Kemba Walker, right, I could go ahead and use him as my best on-ball defender against most teams' best backcourt players, and all I need him to do is just initiate the offense because it runs through Julius Randle and RJ anyway. Right.
All right. Here's my caveat to what you're saying, and I get it. We don't know. We legitimately don't know. What we do know is that the minutes that the kids are playing, they are producing, and the minutes that they get, the limited minutes that they got. When Julius Randle and we had that whole COVID spike where we lost a bunch of players to health and safety protocol, and we had all our young guys out there, we barely cracked 80 points, number one, and we wasn't stopping anybody. So when we did see them get extended minutes, that's what they was doing. So there's an example, and there's a sample size where we did see them.
Well, I mean, the sample size was only 2 games, Josh.
I know, but we have a sample size.
No. But what I'm saying is that sample size is not big enough to say that the kids would fail if they were given the reins. Like that's an introduction to it, but it's not a whole sample size. You get what I'm saying?
I'm not saying that they will fail. What I'm saying is in the limited minutes that they have gotten, they have produced in the limited minutes, and to me, I think that the Knicks right now, as properly constructed, what Tibbs is doing, that's putting us in the best possible position that he thinks we can win right now, and that I think we would be in. And that's just my opinion. I get it. We have not won games or whatever, and we haven't have the same amount of success as we did last year. But what I'm trying to say is that based on the sample size that I did see with those kids and those couple of games or whatever, everybody wanted to trade the kids after those 2 games. Oh, we don't got it. We don't got the young kids. You know what I'm saying? So I just think that because we're not winning right now, I think that's what's shaping most of our ideas. G-Man, I'm talking about you specifically, right? That's what's shaping our ideas. Last season, when we were winning games, none of this stuff was being said. Oh, the Knicks don't have a direction. The Knicks don't do this. The Knicks don't do that. Everyone was praising
winning cures all ills, as they say, right? But I want you to keep something in mind, and this is a false narrative that I've heard from a lot of the shows. There's an association that if we do go young, there's an association that we're going to be mad if they're not winning games. Yeah. And I just think that's the wrong perspective to look at it. You know what I'm saying? If you do decide to blow it up and go young, your wins are based on how well they're developing, not based on what's on the win-loss column.
I don't agree. Whoa.
Not on the win. I said not on the win or loss column. Your win to a fan base or organization, if you know that you're doing that, is based on how well your youth is developing. So if I have a guy, and I think next year he become a pivotal foundational piece for me, we're ecstatic for that. We understand that won't translate to wins right away because they're still developing. But at some point, of course, we do want it to translate to W's, and there's a time limit for that. But there's more of a time limit for that when you're developing. So I don't want people to go into the straight action of that. Oh, young guys out there ain't winning. You see, we got blow this up. You see, we should just try to get Bradley Beal or something, or something of that nature. Like, I think that's just a wrong mentality to think of that with the young guys.
I've been a Knicks fan for a long time. I don't know how old everyone here is on this panel. I'm probably the youngest guy here. You know what I'm saying? And I say that with respect, with respect, because I respect all of you guys. But I've been a Knicks fan for a long time. And I've seen when the Knicks had a bunch of young guys, the Kevin Knoxes and all of this, and we were playing these kids, and the Knicks had Frank, and we had nothing to look forward to.
Andy Rollins, Josh Harrelson,
all of that.
And I understand, Josh, but you have to understand, we never prioritized development.
Jeremy Tyler.
That's the problem.
But Diaz Marlon, we were arguing about this before, and I don't want to get into that same argument again. But
please,
you can't.
Please.
No, we're not. But you can't. Wins and losses, and I get you're not saying this specifically, but wins and losses don't determine how well you're developing. You cannot.
I agree.
You cannot measure development by any quantitative stat. You cannot. Development is something that happens. It happens with their mental, what they're thinking about. Like, all of that stuff goes into
it. IQ, EQ, right.
Everything goes into it, and there's not necessarily one quantitative stat that goes into it. So I just think for people to say that the Knicks don't have a direction, to me, I don't get that, because I'm looking at the big picture. I'm looking at the amount of assets we have. I'm looking at the kids that we did draft that are currently a part of this rotation that are playing. Even though you hear people say that the kids are not playing, play the kids are playing, and they're playing meaningful minutes, and they're developing in the minutes that they do have, the limited minutes that they do have. Just because they're not playing extended minutes, and you see Julius Randle out there, RJ is developing. To me, I feel like RJ is developing. From year 1 to year 3, he is developing. So
You
we
hate
just need to be
RJ, bro.
patient.
Come on.
It's all right.
I hate him. I hate his
We'll-
guts. I hate his guts.
Let's table it. Let's table that, Josh, because then we're going to get into a whole hour discussion about that.
No, yeah. So that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, guys. That's all I'm saying. That's it.
But it doesn't change the fact that, listen, if you want to break it down and make it a whole other thing about how, this is what this is and this is what that is, the bottom line is there's just certain Knicks fans that want to see a certain product on the court and don't want to see young guys out there learning on the job. That's just that's a bottom line for some people. Some people don't like that type of product.
That's fair.
And I, I'm one of those on the flip side. I don't care at this point. I've seen enough. Like, I was around. I'm a little older than you, Josh, so I was here to see the 90s. I love the 90s basketball.
With respect.
Spoiled.
Con respecto.
I was spoiled, and I got to see a lot of good basketball. We never got to the promised land because of other reasons. We know all about it. But the point is, I saw what really good basketball looks like on a continuous night. There you go. That's my book. That's why I didn't read it because I already know everything in it. I could add something to it. I should call Chris Herring. But anyway,
this one too. Make sure you go get this one too.
Oh, that one. Oh, The Last Enforced. Okay, I do actually have to check that one out. That I did hear that's a good book.
Hey,
I'm
Ron,
just saying, like,
can I ask you?
Yeah, sure, Uncle Freezy.
So why did you like the 90s Knicks? Is it because you like their style of play, or because they were winning?
That is
Very
a good question.
question.
It's three things for me. I like their style of play because they had that no nonsense, no back down in them, and they would mix it up. Even though personally, I thought maybe they put us in bad positions, sometimes because they were so no holds barred. It was like watching Zeus and Hulk Hogan. They and there's people that have no clue what no holds barred is, and you probably shouldn't. But it's a really bad movie with Hulk Hogan back in the day and Zeus, the big guy from
Man,
Friday.
I love that movie.
So anyway, the Knicks had that type of mentality. They didn't back down from any, and I like that. That was a New York grit thing, and you knew if you came into the Garden, you was gonna feel the Knicks. They wasn't letting you come in here and do whatever you wanted. So I like that part of it. I like that the fact that they had my favorite player on the team, which was John Starks. I love John Starks.
Patrick Ewing.
And two, well, Patrick Ewing was great too. And obviously, I like the fact that we were. Yeah, okay. I see who you like, Josh. And we had a perennial playoff team. Yes, we were winners.
And shout out to Anthony Mason being one of the first power forwards we've ever seen. So keep that in mind too.
Yeah, that's true too. So yeah, definitely. I love the fact all of that. I'm not going to say it's just because we were winning. I also like the fact that we were winning and doing it like gritty. Like it was a night.
So you are a Knicks fan that wants to win with style. You are. Because you said style of play first and then winning.
Right.
Which means you prioritized the style of play over the number of W's and the amount of championships.
And that's a good point. Yeah. That points to the whole thing about me being happy with the youth. Go ahead. Continue.
Right. And so the reason why I asked that is because all of us have this thing prioritized in a certain way, right? Like Josh has it prioritized a certain way. You have it prioritized a certain way, and G-Man also, Danny Landis also, right? The way I have it prioritized, just to give some context, I don't care how we win a championship. I don't care if we beat teams 160-58 or 100-99, as long as we win. I don't care if we go all in on offense, all in on defense. I don't care if it's all in on three-point shooting. I don't care if it's one way or the other. So that's why sometimes when you guys have the conversation and it seems like, yo, Uncle Freezy is waffling all over the place. No, it's because the way I prioritize, my perception of winning may be different from the way that other guys see it, right? Like I don't if we get 10 38-year-olds and we win one championship, I'm celebrating, bro. If we trade the whole young core to get guys and we win a championship, I'll be satisfied with that. You know why? Because that means Josh will have to take down that banner behind him and buy a new one that says 2022 NBA champs, right? And if RJ Barrett has to get traded to the San Antonio Spurs and Obi Toppin gets traded to the Portland Trail Blazers, but we win a championship, if in June we're celebrating the end of June, I'm okay with that, right? Now, in the grand scheme of things, I know the likelihood of that is not happening, so I get on the boat with D Poetic. D Poetic is like, yo, you're not going to get stars to come here by a trade, by a free agency. So you have to develop your own stars and be patient. That's why I get on that boat with D Poetic, because D Poetic promised me if you develop, the likelihood that you'll be a sustained contender in a few years is higher than it is if you shop at the buyout market and try to make a miracle playoff run through Atlanta, Charlotte, and maybe the Cleveland Cavaliers and try to get lucky.
Right.
So I understand what he's saying. So for people in the chat that listen to us and think that we waffle all over the place, it's not because we waffle all over the place. It's just because we have a preference, right? Ron has a preference. Ron likes that 90s style, Knicks grinded out, tough guy thing, because at the end of the day, defense always keeps you in games. You always have a chance if you have great defense, right? Mm-hmm. So and so G-Man might have his perception, and Josh may have his perception of what winning looks like to him also. Right. But when we have these debates and stuff, it's not because it's Uncle Freezy wants to be right, even though Uncle Freezy is right 100% of the time. It's one of those deals where it's Uncle Fulio, y'all at Uncle Fulio. Did I not predict RJ Barrett to the Knicks back in 2016? Was I not on Ask Sam Russell? I told when Joakim Noah remember Joakim Noah got arrested for being naked in the street, and he was supposed to be hurt. Remember that? Y'all remember that?
Not his finest moment.
I said on Sim's show, trade this clown. Don't stretch him. This is what I said on Sim's show. They were like, stretch Noah. Use the stretch for me. I was like, no. Don't stretch him. Trade him to somebody right now, even if you have to attach, say, draft picks or a player or something to Noah. This kid, RJ Barrett, he's a rising junior, right? He's a rising junior. He just dominated U16 basketball, right? This guy is the Maple Mamba. This guy might be the Knicks Kobe Bryant. Was I wrong about the Kobe Bryant part? Maybe a little bit. But the mentality is what I was getting at more so than the athletic ability, right? So what I'm saying is if you want to be on the side of right, listen to Uncle Freezy.
Oh, well, there you go. There we have it. Thank you guys for tuning in. This is
Freezy Premier 2022. Jesus.
Freezy principle.
Yeah. No, but John, just what I'm getting at is this: if you have a preference, that's the reason why the debate goes round and round. That's all I'm getting at.
Well, you know
That's
what?
true though.
I love how I said that I was going to get off at 2:00 and it's 2:34.
Right.
No, don't get me wrong. I'm not looking to jump off. I'm happy with the fact that I got you guys involved, and there's been another spurred sense of involvement and argument. It's Josh and Uncle Freezy and Sergeant G-Man have added more life to the conversation, which I appreciate it. But I'm definitely happy I stuck around, because I think this might be the first time I'm getting him on. We worked together, quite a few times already, but it might be the first time I'm getting him on the Know the Ledge series. So I'm definitely happy I stuck around just to bring my man in. Hey, let's get Andy up in here. What's going on, Andy?
Hey, Black Andy!
What up, man?
What's going on, Andy?
And
Yeah.
Andy, I wanted to make sure he got in because he was chomping at the bit in the chat. First off, the chat is lit, guys. Thank you for all, the comments and stuff that's going back and forth in the chat. You guys are very, very enthused and spurred. This topic has definitely lit a fire under y'all. Some of y'all are just hot and bothered right now, so I see it. But Andy definitely had a different take on what we're talking about, so he wanted to bring that to the forefront. Andy, the floor is yours, brother. Thank you for being here. Appreciate having you.
Yo, Ron, thanks again for having me on. I was thinking I'm too small of a guy to be on your show. You're growing so fast, so
yeah, right. Right.
Yeah, but Freezy, to your point about your question that you asked Ron, what did he like in the 90s Knicks and why did he like the team and franchise back then? Listen, I think everybody has, as a basketball fan, has his kind of a philosophy that thinks that this is the right way to play basketball.
Right.
And if you build a team that's going to fit exactly the philosophy that each one of us basketball fan has, you're going to think that that's the way that you're going to win, right? So, for example, Tibbs likes defense. He needs defensive players, stuff like that. He doesn't have everything sorted out in 100%. If he had that, we could, easily judge him, right? Now we're looking, to point fingers at the front office because they didn't give him these kind of players, these kind of an assistants and stuff like that. So I'm really, and that's why, for example, I defend Fournier sometimes because for my basketball philosophy, for my coaching style and stuff like that, he would perfectly fit. That's why, I'm one of those guys that's saying, I wouldn't trade Fournier. I'm not saying he's untradeable, but I'm saying, he's just used the wrong way. Right. And for me, this is, I'm just sticking to the Fournier point because, this about basketball philosophy, how you should build a team, how you should run a team. You guys know that this is a topic for months of a podcast, right? Because you could divided in so many aspects and stuff like that, that this is weeks of online streams just to sort it out, right? Right. But, just for the Fournier thing, I really think that he's used incorrectly. And listen, we saw how he's not like a rookie, right? Or a second-year player. We saw Fournier, at least I saw him in Orlando. I saw him in Boston. Mm-hmm. That's why I don't get why fans are on him. We knew the day that we signed him that he isn't a great defender. He's a streaky shooter, streaky scorer. Yeah. So we knew that day one. So I'm not, I'm looking at fans that are like calling for his name to be traded and stuff like that. We knew what we're going to get, right? And that
some of us did
exactly. Yeah. Listen, most of us, know the limits of our players, and I understand that some see, a higher ceiling, and for example, Sergeant G-Man sees it in Obi, right? And Josh might not see that in Obi, but if G-Man used him in his system and his philosophy of play, he would thrive, right? So that's the way that's how you see that this topic can it's like.
So I have two questions for you, Andy, right? Based on and I'll give it right back to you. First question is: do you feel that Tibbs and Everett are not a good marriage? And two, do you think that the front office might have overpaid him?
One, I think he's not overpaid. Okay. And the second thing is, listen. I'm crazy on fans. Like, they're going to say that, we rather have kept Reggie Bullock instead of Evan Fournier. Listen, the skill set is not even close, right? And I'm not saying it's not even close. And, Fournier proved it. It's like I say, he's not a rookie. He's not a pick that you picked. Oh, maybe he pans out, maybe not. He proved it. He's a, more point per game scorer. He's a veteran. He was like 7-8 years in the league now. Mm-hmm. Listen. He's just not used correctly. We saw him having games of 30 points. And for example, and I'm not saying that it's always for example, the offense is run differently. Of course, sometimes the player is going to get hot and he's going to get the buckets easier, right? But if he, I think that Tibbs' offense is so heavily based around Randle that not every player is going to fit around him. Right. And I'm not saying that Fournier doesn't fit around him. I'm just saying that, if he got more plays around, like we see, I think Tibbs is slowly figuring it out. In the fourth quarter, you see how Fournier is. Mostly, he scores like 6-10 points in the fourth quarter, and then they fall back on him. He doesn't get the ball, he doesn't get the shots up and stuff like that. And Fournier, I remember, like, he said it like maybe 2 weeks in the season. You know, he wasn't playing in the fourth quarter, and fans were like, oh, because you don't defend, you don't deserve the time in the fourth quarter. He said it in the interview that he scored most of his points in the first and the fourth quarter of games. When he isn't playing in the fourth quarter, he's not going to score those buckets because he doesn't have the attempts, right? And I'm not, defending him, because, if his shooting percentage is
That's what Tom Thibodeau said
not,
about the first and the fourth?
No, that was
Fournier.
Fournier.
I was Evan Fournier said?
Okay. Yeah. And that's why when you listen to Fournier's interviews, you can clearly see that he's pointing a finger like, we run something new, something, not so fast and stuff like that. He's just trying to, tell Knicks fans that, listen, I'm not in a perfect place, in a perfect, solution to get these shots up. But, if he's, making the shots, he doesn't care. You see him taking really bad shots sometimes, but he's like, he makes 3-4 shots, and then he has 2 whack ones that even I'm mad at him.
Mm-hmm.
But, we see, for example, quickly, his shot selection, terrible. When he made them in the year 1, every fan was like, oh my God, we have, a Dame Lillard type of point guard. I was like, listen,
not quite.
Teammates finally gonna grow, mad at him that he's taking those shots. If he was playing both sides of the floor, people won't be mad at him. But he was in his rookie season, he was taking shots, he was making. So you're not going to be pissed at a guy that's making shots. But when he stopped to make them and wouldn't play defense, then was the situation like, listen, we ain't going to be playing defense for you, and you're just going to chuck the ball.
Yeah.
And that's where, again, the basketball philosophy comes into place and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I'm thinking that, IQ's development, maybe not development, the situation that he's not making shots, still getting playing time. No, he's also not getting held accountable just like Julius is. I think, sometimes this season we see him being yanked sooner because we have other guys that can make those shots and take those shots. Last year we had, Elfrid Payton. Listen, that dude, that was
Frank Ntilikina.
Yo, Frank and Elfrid were dudes that would rather pass the ball 10 times than shoot once, right? Yeah. So of course.
Well, keep in mind, Andy, that also with IQ too, him initiating the offense and him being forced to pound the basketball and make decisions does take away from his ability what got him in the NBA in the first place. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that he's never going to be a point guard. For me, he's a spark plug. Clearly, if you found me a better player to compare him to than Lou Williams, man, he's just getting the ball, and the rest of the 4 guys should stay in the defensive end.
Yeah. And so, Andy, too, I just wanted to say this thing real quick, because to your point, because what you're saying makes sense, right? And Fournier is not in the ideal situation, and a lot of that has to do with Frankenstein's monster at point guard, right? That's my view on it. You have 4 guys in a rotation, and 4 guys that don't equal 1, right? But here's the thing. Here's a question that I would ask everybody. Would you rather have Evan Fournier and Quentin Grimes or Reggie Bullock? Right? Because
Evan Fournier, Grimes.
We know the answer to that question, bro.
Right. And so I personally think that Quentin Grimes is the Reggie Bullock replacement. Right? That's what I think. I thought
I agree.
So that's what I thought from Gold. So why would you need Bullock and Grimes for Bullock to come and Grimes not get any minutes? Right? And so here's the thing. Every offense needs every team needs a Fournier Burks type combination, on the wing, where you have a guy that can get you buckets and bunches, and then a versatile guy that can do a few different things that can get you buckets and bunches. You know what I'm saying? Every team has that type of guy where they might not be a team's leading scorer, right? But when the opposing coach makes an adjustment, that guy, when say Nick Nurse has an epiphany or gets lucky and makes the right adjustment on Randle, like brings the double team from the baseline instead of the top of the key, then Randle can kick out to Fournier on the weak side of that, and for the corner 3 on the opposite side. You need a Fournier for that, right? Now is Fournier going to be a Donovan Mitchell?
Of course not.
Of course Of course not. But Fournier is a complementary player, and I think I need Knicks fans to understand.
So I'm going to veg you back off that. So Andy, I'm discussing with you. I'm not trying to prove you're wrong. I'm right. I'm not doing that. But you said something that kind of made me think, right? You were saying that Evan Fournier's contract is justifiable, that 18.5 mil, right?
Yeah.
Am I correct? Right? Okay.
At least for me.
No problem, right? But what I'm considering certain things of other players that have very near contracts like him, or at least making as much money as he has, maybe a couple of mil more, but are doing twice the production. You see? Okay, I got you. So for example, let me find this contract. Sorry.
Yeah.
I had it and then I lost it. Okay, here we go. Domantas Sabonis is making 18.5 this year. Fred VanVleet is making 21. Gary Trent Jr., that's averaging 19 points a game, is making 16. So, and this is me just going through like a quick search. Like I wasn't able to really look at everybody's, but I'm just saying that I will tend to disagree with you. I think we could have paid him a little less and still been able to go ahead and maybe grab something else for on the cheap and still get that type of production from Evan Fournier. Would you agree?
Listen, I think the production, of course the production matters to what you're earning, right? But
yeah,
for me, it's not like, listen, you're getting paid 17 million or 18 million, and you're supposed to be averaging 19 points or 19 points, 7 assists and 5 rebounds, right? Because, and every of those players, one plays basically other positions and is an other option on that team, and that team plays totally different offense. So it's hard, yeah, and you have to understand that that's really hard to compare guys like that. You could, for me, to be fair, to compare a guy, for example, you put Fournier in a system like Golden State has, and you compare another guy from Golden State that they run exactly the same offense, exactly the same plays, right? For them to, and then you can compare them. If the guy plays like in a role like Randle has been playing, the facilitator and stuff like that, you could compare Randle to Sabonis, right? And those numbers are going to be really close. They played the same position. They were playing, in Pacers, he was maybe not, the offense wasn't run that hard through Sabonis. But
it's about the same and he's more efficient.
Yeah, exactly. So you can measure efficiency, but I'm not on that way that, listen, somebody's going to play better because he earns more money, right? I think
Diaz Ballin, you said what's the same?
No, I said that the production of Randle and Domantas is about the same, and I think that Domantas is more efficient. That's why I said.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So Andy, I'm sorry. Bro.
Yeah. I was gonna say that. Listen, I don't think these guys have this. The salute, man. That they have that thing. Okay, I'm earning 17, so I have to play better, or I'm earning 5. They go out there and they give everything, right? So I'm not thinking that Fournier is slacking, stuff like that. One, it just might not be falling, but if you would put Fournier in an offense that Golden State has, with all those shooters and the ball moving around like
he'll thrive.
Like that,
absolutely.
Listen, he would average at least 5 points more than, maybe not 5, but at least a couple of points more, right?
Well, I make a thing with the money because for example, like when you fully pay like a player, like say Ben Simmons is a good example, right? Ben Simmons is not averaging 20 points a game, right? But he's a near triple-double, and he brings the defensive excellence that not really a lot of guys can play a 1 through 5, and plus he's your point guard on top of that. So I think money does justify your value as to what you're producing out there. It doesn't necessarily have to be points per game, but it could be an overall thing. Would you agree?
Yeah. I totally agree. But listen, if you would base the offense more around Evan, he could easily excel that, right? And listen, if I don't know if you guys notice it. And this is going to be, again, me being, in Europe now. But if European players, they're not feeling hot, you rarely see those guys be like 1 for 11. If they make 1 for 5, 1 for 6, they just stop shooting. They're
running no offense and they're running different action, right?
Exactly. And they know that they're hurting the team more, by taking those shots. Than anything else, right? Meanwhile, you can see quickly being 1 for 9, and he's gonna be looking at the hoop the next time he has the ball.
Yeah,
and just not to cut you off, Andy, but I did want to say that That is a true statement. I've noticed that when I have watched European basketball, and with Fournier, there's been times where we've seen he'll be like 2 for 8 or something like, and we just won't see any more shots from him. So that seems like a true statement.
And listen, and the other thing with Fournier, last couple of games, and I'm not saying this, this gets us a win or pushes the needle, but Fournier is a player that can be also a facilitator. I'm not saying that he's going to be playing that pick and roll and just is going to do the last pass, but he's going to have that hockey assist and stuff like that. And the last couple of games, that was so emphasized that, he, passed to Randle in that pick and roll with the bounce pass. Randle was so clear under the rim, and he sometimes pass up the ball and stuff like that. And we had, that extra pass that was made lead to a bucket for the Knicks. So I really think that, fans are just, thinking that Fournier is going to be a Klay Thompson, 5 dribbles the whole game and just make the shot. He's not going to be that. But we knew that. At least I knew that.
Yeah, I knew that
before we signed him, that he's not going to be a guy like that. And I was thinking even he would be way more streaky. I was thinking that he's going to be like, listen, 3-4 games, he's going to be good. And then 2-3 games, he's going to be whack.
Right. And another thing, too, that had to be considered with people was that Steve Clifford did a great job of hiding him in Orlando with great perimeter defenders. And that was something that was not available on this roster when the season started. So I knew he was going to have a tough time.
Yeah. And listen, and just putting a guy like Kemba aside of him in the backcourt, that was like shooting. Yeah, that was a mistake for me.
That was really bad. That was bad.
Yeah. So and listen, and just going back to Kemba, even we can switch up the the other guard position, right? Listen, look how Peyton's assist numbers and his production looked last year, and how Kemba fall down, like drop off of the stats is this year, right? And I'm not blaming everything on Kemba, but the system has to be something, has to have something with that, because Kemba, he wasn't never a high assist guy, but he at least was scoring. And I'm not saying that he's taking shots. He's not even taking those shots. He was, for example, taking like 12, 15 shots. He's taking like 2-3 this season.
Yeah,
I just
want
to say,
I think that it's confidence with Kemba. I think he's also noticing that he won't have clear positions from this offense, so he's not going to try to control it. So,
Josh, can I ask him one quick question? Just one quick question, and then you go on the spiel. Thank you. So, would you think that the front office has something to do with that, knowing how Tibbs runs his players and runs his system and coordinates? Okay, cool. My bad, Josh. I didn't know.
No, you're good. You're good. It's a perfect segue.
Yeah. Like, do you think that the front office definitely has something to do with the players that they arrange for Tom to work with as well?
Listen, I think they missed out in free agency on a point guard, so Kemba fall to them lap, and it looked like it was all the plan all the way, because nobody heard that Kemba's going to be available from a buyout and stuff like that.
That came out of nowhere.
Yeah,
right.
At least it looks like that. And it's easy for the front office to get all the flowers because they got it right. Do you guys remember the PR that was around Kemba? Oh, he's coming home. It's gonna be. I was thinking that they're gonna play him 40 minutes. And he's gonna, no matter what he's gonna do, he can't do anything bad. And when they sat him, I was like, oh my God, this is gonna be a PR disaster. I bet you those Kemba, jerseys were on sale in Models, man.
and if I had to, and I don't even know if Models is still around. I haven't been up in a while, but
no, they're not.
Yeah, they're not. So I used to work at Models. That's crazy. This is the one thing that I would have to say I would hold against the front office is the Kemba move. And not necessarily getting a player like Kemba, because we got him on a discount. We got him on a super cheap deal. So it's low risk, high reward in the theory of things. But the mentality of you had $50-something million in cap space and you didn't go out and get a point guard or make point guard your priority, that's what I had when I had a problem with the front office. So if I had to knock the front office for anything, it's that. And then again, by spending the money, you bought back some of the guys that you had from last season because of the success you had. You wanted to run it back. I get that. But to me, point guard should have been a priority in the offseason. And you can tell based on how they acquired Kemba that they didn't prioritize the point guard position. And I think if I'm going to hold the front office accountable for one thing, it's that. To me, it's that. I think they messed that up. But again, it wasn't so catastrophic to the point where you could say the front office really failed or they did something or they failed miserably and it's completely catastrophic. No, not to me, but not to me though, because one, we didn't lock Kemba Walker in
you don't
albatross of a hold on, let me finish.
Okay. You going?
Okay.
You just drove your Porsche off road again, bro. Stay on the road. Is what I'm saying. It's like, so the thing is, Josh, I understand where you're going, bro. You were absolutely right. But when you say to you that mistake was not catastrophic, and we sit here and we look at the Knicks win-loss record.
So that's what it comes back down to. But let me finish.
So it's catastrophic.
Can you let me finish my point?
You come off a season where you made the playoffs, right?
Okay.
And you don't make an adjustment, and now your team may be in the lottery because you didn't get it. Because what you said was right. It was brilliant what you just said. The front office didn't go get a point guard, right? And now we have a disaster of a season. How is it not catastrophic?
It's not catastrophic because of the contract that we signed him to. He's not on the albatross kind of contract to where we can't move it and we're stuck with him. That's how it's not catastrophic. Let me finish. Can I finish my point now, please?
Okay.
What I was trying to say was yes. Like, and to me, them not prioritizing point guard in the offseason, and an offseason where you had Lonzo Ball, you had Dennis Schroeder. I wanted Dennis Schroeder. I was on record by saying that. That's who I wanted them to go out and get, right? Dennis Schroeder, Kyle Lowry, stuff like that, by not prioritizing. And then, I don't know if it was already planned that they were going to get Kimball or whatever, however that happened. But by them not prioritizing the point guard, I felt like that's where they messed up. But it's not catastrophic to the point where you can say that we're stuck and that we can't be able to go get a point guard next season. I don't think Kemba Walker is going to be here next year. I don't think he is. And I don't think the plan was to keep him for more than a season, right? I think that the reason why they signed him to the type of contract that he had is because they can be able to move him. So again, by catastrophic, I mean that you're in a place of you can't do anything after that. You're still flexible enough to be able to do moves, to make out and go moves and go get you a point guard. That's what I'm trying to say. It wasn't the right move for them to bring in Kemba or not to prioritize the point guard, but you're not in a place where you can't move and you can't do anything. That's what I'm trying to say.
Alan offered, and I agree, bro. So what I'm saying to you, Josh, is not that the first part of your point was not right. Again, I want to give you credit for bringing up something brilliant. I'm giving you credit for that because a lot of people hadn't thought about that. What I'm saying is you can't, just because you didn't get a point guard means you skip from the 2020-2021 season to the 2022-2023 season. There is a season in between.
Okay.
This season.
Okay.
This season. You can't scrap this season and use Kemba Walker's contract as an excuse. Because teams don't get rated on their contractual structure. They get rated on wins and losses. And this year, we don't look like we're going to make the playoffs. So what I'm saying to you is this. So you understand what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but this season is not a catastrophic season. That's what I'm saying. I use the word catastrophe, meaning everything is all messed up. You're still developing your young guys, and you still have the ability, to go get you a point guard. I don't get it. Everyone knew, no matter whether we got Schroeder, no matter whether I wanted Schroeder, no matter whether we got him, Kyle Lowry, or whatever. Hold on. No one's throwing the season away. Because no matter what, if we would have got Schroeder, Kyle Lowry, or whomever, it would have been a bridge to the young point guard of the future. We still are looking for that young point guard of the future, no matter who was out there last offseason. And I get it, those players were better, and I wanted Schroeder, but it's not catastrophic. You're not dead in the water. DIW, that's a Navy term, by the way, if you didn't know. You can still be able to do some things. That's all I'm saying.
I've never been dead in the water, so I wouldn't know.
Here we go. Listen, hold on one second, guys. Hold on one second.
I was going to, when you finish, let me ask Andy a question because he said something very important. Yeah.
Just want to say shout out to El Servi. I haven't seen you on. I saw that what you said. It was a conservative cheap move by Leon. Appreciate you. Welcome. Hopefully you enjoy the content. We can get you back here. Thank you. Salute to everyone. Geraldine McIver, Damian Dyson in the building, Finesse J. I don't think I've seen you on the show in the past, but so I want to thank you as well. I've seen you in the chat, and I've seen some of your takes have been really interesting, man. So continue to support and please make your voice known. We thank you for that. You know, adult donkeys buried, grateful, the legend continues. I just wanted to say that, you know, I think that's just like, you know, I've never seen something like that. So good for you, whoever you are. Good for you. Appreciate you. Thank you for coming into the chat, brother. So what I wanted to get at, guys, is because, you know, I know we could beat this in the head like with a drum. I think that at this point in the conversation, before I move on, I'll let D ask his question to
Thank
Andy.
you. I appreciate it.
But
Yeah, you know, quickly.
Yeah. What I want us to kind of think about is what is going to be happening at 5 o'clock today with the Portland Trailblazers. So just keep that in your mindset. Think about that. Now, go ahead, D. What was you gonna ask?
Andy.
Andy?
So because you bring us some good points, it might have been filtered out because of with Josh and Freezy what they were discussing, but no, that's not a bad thing. So you feel that the organization and the coaching staff together have both their blames as to the things that we're seeing this season, correct?
Yeah. I could find even more. You can blame it on the players.
Yeah, absolutely.
Everyone in MSG that's putting.
Yeah, but I put it less on the players because I do understand that, you know, the front office is your galaxy, your coaching staff is the sun, and the players are your planets, and they're governed by those things. So, you know, that's why of course they have some blame too, but I don't think it's as high as a priority on the pecking order than the coaching staff at the front office. Would you agree?
Yeah.
I don't understand. So what you getting at?
What, getting at what? I'm asking him a question.
Yeah, you asked a question, but I heard you say that about 7 to 8 times that there's a rift between the coaching staff and the front office.
Yeah, I was seeing the
just not even a rift that you can put the blame on both of the, you know, the heads, right?
They're on the same page.
So because I think there's a deeper thing to it that we don't get to. That's why I'm asking you.
Okay, go ahead, get to it.
No, I'm asking you.
Well, what are you asking me?
Why you keep bringing up the rift between the front office?
Because I want to know Andy's perspective because I never speak to Andy. Can I get to know what he's thinking?
Yeah, Freezy, but I got a question to you, bro. But I need honest answer on the point guard situation because you muled on Josh, and I was like, listen, imagine we signed Fournier, and before we signed Kemba, right? We didn't have a point guard. And would you rather the Knicks front office resign Elfrid Payton and be the starter because Tibbs would run him as a starter? Or would you rather have Kemba and you just, you know, erase the games that we saw this season?
Right.
And I just want to say, Andy, I like the fact that you said he muled on Josh when we have adult donkeys in the building. So continue.
The wordplay.
Right. Is that a pun? No. But so to your point, Andy, that's an excellent question, right? So here's the thing. I didn't like Kemba Walker's. So even if Kemba Walker was healthy, I didn't like his fit with the Knicks.
But for that salary that we signed him,
that was a steal.
That was just to please the fans, man. That I listen. No matter what fans are gonna say, tell me now. I really think that the fan base was like, "Oh, he just fell on from heaven for us."
Right.
That was the thinking when it first happened. You're 100% right.
Yeah. Right. And so first of all, let me say this: that Miles McBride thing is excellent. You still do that, right? That's what your company does, right?
Yeah.
Hey, how can we get something like that, bro?
Bro, you gotta order in bulk because the package is gonna be, you know, expensive to send.
What the hell am I gonna do with 9 RJ Barrett posters, bro?
I guess it's giveaway time.
I got you, big dog. I got you. Trust me. But to answer your question though, even Kemba Walker in his prime, I felt like was a bad fit in New York, and the reason being is because, for one, if you know your head coach likes a certain type player at point, why would you go and get him the complete opposite? Why would you vex your head coach. Now, you know what I mean? So here's the thing. I would rather have gone into the season without a point and explored the trade route as to bringing in Kemba, right? And Dennis Schroeder was a free agent after we signed Kemba, right? Would you have explored that? I would say I would at least have explored it, right? The thing is, Kemba Walker was never meant to fit with this Knicks team because, for one, he's always been a subpar defender, right? Two, he's always been an alpha for most of his career. He's been an alpha type player, and you're grooming at the time, you're grooming a 26-year-old power forward, most improved, coming off his first All-Star bid, and you have a young alpha in training coming up. He was, 21-year-old guy trying to find his way in the league. So adding an alpha, all it does is adds extra mouths to feed at the table when there is not enough food to go around anyway. Also, size matters in the NBA, right? Kemba Walker at 6 foot 180 is always gonna be a mismatch for the defense, right? That's the reason why Charlotte couldn't win with Kemba, because he shoots a lot and he couldn't make up for other stuff without size, right? So here's the other thing too, just one more thing. When you have an Evan Fournier, who I believe is a crafty scorer, third option in your offense, now you have Kemba, Fournier, RJ, Randle. So now is Fournier your fourth scorer in that offense, or do you table RJ Barrett's development because you want to bring in Kemba Walker, who's going to be your first, second, or third scoring option? It's a lot of stuff to consider. It's not as easy as, hey, this guy scores 19 points a game and 5 assists. You know what I'm saying? He should take us to the next level. It's always a pecking order and a domino effect. You know what I'm saying? We like to call it the butterfly effect. There's a butterfly effect when you bring guys to the table. That's why you can't just bring in certain guys to your franchise and expect them to plug in like a puzzle piece. That's my point on Kemba, bro. And I'm sorry if I overcomplicated stuff, but I can't afford 50 posters of RJ Barrett, bro. I just gotta, unless you have a payment plan, then I can work something out with you.
So would you rather have Alfred? Payton than Kemba Walker?
I think we could have made a smaller move for a bag of chips that would have been more serviceable for us at the moment. We could have gotten Trey Jones from San Antonio.
Right.
To be the starting point guard?
Absolutely.
Why not?
Was he a free agent? I don't know. I'm asking.
No. He's a very cheap contract, right?
He's got a bag of chips. So you could have traded a bag of chips.
Yeah, I could have gotten a second round for that. You know what I'm saying? So and I know he knows how to initiate the offense. He's kind of like a Peyton a little bit in how his offensive game is played. He's not as good as a defender he is, but he's a way better ball handler and decision maker.
Right.
So I could have gotten that.
You guys got to take one thing into account.
With who, no matter what point guard. So to D Poetic's point, the deal would have been you bring in Jones to be your bridge to your second unit guys that are scorers, Rose, Quickly, and Burks. That was, to me, because that's what we were successful with last year, right? Elfrid Payton was that guy, the bridge to the bench. Like, he come in, he played hard, defending number one options in the backcourt. He's not really a scorer, but you take him out and you bring in Rose, Quickly, and Burks, and they provide a scoring punch in the back.
So Andy, what was it that we weren't getting, Andy? Because you were about to say.
because Andy asked the question. He said, "Would you rather have Elfrid Payton over Kemba Walker?" So can we just answer that question? It seems like the question is not being answered.
No, I said no.
I said no.
I'd rather do that.
I'll answer it. I would rather have Elfrid Payton.
Yeah.
Barring the beautiful game on Christmas Day of Kemba's triple-double, which is historic in its own right, and good for him. Now he's got a moment for the Knicks. But I would rather have Elfrid Payton for the whole season.
Are you saying that in hindsight, or are you saying that this is what you would have did in the beginning of the season?
In the moment. In that moment.
No. I can't say it in the moment because when we found out we were getting listen, if you're gonna tell me, hey, we'll bring Elfrid Payton back, or we're gonna give you Kemba Walker before Kemba Walker is in a Knicks uniform, I'm gonna go with Kemba Walker. I don't even to be honest with you, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I'm a Knicks fan, okay? And I do not watch a lot of other NBA teams. I couldn't even tell you what Kemba was doing prior to us getting him. I'm just being honest with you. Like, I know what Kemba is, what he was, but what he was doing in Boston, I didn't see a lot of Kemba. So, I'm going to go off of what I knew of him to be. So, of course, I'm going to say I'll take Kemba over Elfrid Payton. But I didn't realize, first off, shame on me. I did not realize Kemba was so bad on defense. I had no clue. I knew he wasn't great. I didn't know he was that bad. I didn't know he was that bad.
Gotcha.
But yeah. So
Andy,
I'm sorry. Anybody else
so
want to answer that?
Well, Andy was gonna chime in on
something. I was just gonna say that. Listen, I think that was. I don't think any fan would be, if they had a choice for even money or for not even money, but you gotta take Kemba over Elfrid Payton. Elfrid Payton was literally hated by the fan base, right? And if the front office was supposed to bring him back for another season, State would be burning down MSG as we speak.
Yeah, State of the Knicks podcast. Yeah. Andy, and Andy, just real quick. I'm sorry, you said Elfrid Payton. You meant Elfrid Payton. I thought you meant Elfrid Payton type. That's what
Elfrid Payton.
You mean Elfrid Payton, the person?
Yeah.
Okay.
The exact one. So because like Josh said, listen, you that's why I'm telling you guys that was not only a personal move, that was politics, right? They didn't bring him back because he was so hated, and even Tibbs had him right at that playoff game.
Yeah.
So for me, that was if we came back, and to this point, listen. If we would get a guy like from the Spurs, the Ty Jones, right?
Yeah.
Listen, if Knicks fans saw that we got a backup from a Spurs team as our starter, 90% of Knicks fans wouldn't swallow that.
And that's okay, and they don't have to. The point being is that what do we have now?
Yeah.
So I'd rather have that. And then you get what I'm saying?
It's easier to say now, right? They got
in hindsight
move to make it like, listen, just to make it look good. So they.
Well, I was talking about for the trading deadline. I wasn't talking about as concerned in the beginning of the season.
Listen, for the trading deadline, I'm surprised that we didn't get Brunson. I was thinking that that's a definite thing. And listen, it might not be that far fetched. Also, Josh said he would like Schroeder. Me and Sim was also talking about Schroeder. He's a defender. He probably wouldn't be here a long time, but now I'm guessing he's gonna terminate that buyout that contract from the Rockets. And listen, they already and I love this. Always the buyout market. First, everybody calls LeBron. If LeBron says yeah, you're a Laker. If he says no, you gotta look for work around the league.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping Schroeder isn't that stupid and he's not gonna step in the same river second time and go to LeBron. He's gonna be like, listen to his agent. Listen, there are 29 teams that I can join because he can join the Rockets if he buys out the contract, right? So just give me you have 28 teams to get me, just not the Lakers. If I'm Dennis Schroeder. Right. And listen, the biggest chance he has to show off is the Knicks. If he comes to New York and he balls out and this team is better with him, he's going to get major money on the market.
The Knicks going to give him a max contract. But Andy, to your point,
just relax.
just real quick on your Trey Jones thing. I think you're wrong about Trey Jones, and here's why. Right? Not the premise, because I think your premise is accurate, but you can Knicks fan, the Knicks fans would embrace Trey Jones because they saw the Knicks use a low value asset to acquire a young developing point guard, right? Trey Jones is how old is Trey Jones? 21? He's the same age as RJ, right?
He's a puppy.
Yeah. So the Knicks, if the Knicks had traded a second round pick to the San Antonio Spurs for a young developing point guard, I think Knicks fans would have embraced that move even if it didn't work out, because Knicks fans would be like, well, at least we're trying to find the point guard of the future.
But you know what? I could see their point as far as like, because of the season we had last year and the expectations that came into this year. If we would have did something like that earlier in the season, I can see their scenario going into play. But keep in mind, Andy, when I brought him up, that was about the trading deadline. That wasn't about the start of the season.
Different scenarios.
Right.
Yeah.
So I don't want you to mix those two together. Right.
Yeah, but listen, for the trading deadline, there were way more options. You know, even I'm not saying that I wouldn't pick him, but there were plenty of more options, and we were on shows.
But I'm saying that if we struck out
trades around the league,
but if we struck out and our hands were tied, we could have at least done something for a bag of potato chips to at least make the offense look a little bit better, and somebody better initiating it. So
I'm just curious with the Schroeder thing. If he gets bought out, and we have a roster spot open because we didn't sign Ryan Arcidiacono, right? So we are basically 14 spots.
Yo, they got that.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
They practice in the mirror. They're like, I get it.
Say his name one more time. Say his name one more time.
Ryan Arcidiacono.
Oh hell no! I
can't.
I'm pretty good, and I can't get that one.
I got so many European Slavic's, Vucevic's here, so
practice.
So go back to the point. Listen, if Schroeder wants to get that money, and he's willing to, and I'm thinking he's willing to bet on himself, because he didn't re-sign with the Lakers for that $84 million, that 4-year extension. So I'm guessing he's one of those guys that's willing to bet on himself, and there's no better place, to try to ride it out these 25 last games than the Knicks.
Right.
Well, guys, we this is another topic that it's like, unfortunately, we haven't seen an answer in sight. We're still searching for a point guard. Now we're seeing if we can grab one off the buyout market. Like it's just wild. It's wild. But I don't want to get out of here, because I am getting out of here. I don't want to get out of here without finally being able to discuss this game at 5 o'clock.
Hey, peace, y'all. I'm gonna get out of here. All right, y'all.
Oh, Freezy.
Peace,
all right, brother. Hey, it's good to see y'all, man.
Yeah, man.
All right, man. I think that this is a game that's winnable for the Knicks. I think there's a lot of influx going on over there in Portland. They are definitely in a position where we can take advantage of what they're going through right now. They look like they're starting to blow it up over there. And they are blowing it up. yeah. They definitely look like they're blowing it up. So I don't know exactly what is going to happen with that team going forward, but they're on our schedule now. So we got to take this time to make sure we can beat up on a team that's going through something. We've been that team for a while now, and the NBA is beating up on us. So let's return the favor. So. That being said, I think that correct me if I'm wrong, guys. Is Dame back, or is he still hurt?
I think he's out.
He's hurt.
He's still hurt, right? Yeah. So I mean, really, you have nothing to kind of really get up for or look forward to in this matchup. It looks like this is just the proposed lineups that I'm looking at, and this is from lineups.com. If anybody goes there, I don't know if you prefer them or not. It looks like for the Knicks, it's going to be Kemba Walker, Quentin Grimes, Evan Fournier, Julius Randle, and Mitchell Robinson. Okay. And then for the Blazers, it's Anthony Simons, Josh Hart, CJ Ellaby, Greg Brown III, and Yusuf Nurkic.
Yeah.
Right. So if I'm looking at this, and mind you guys, I know some of these names are a little funky for people who don't follow Portland, but I mean, Anthony Simons, we know 18 points a game, Josh Hart 11 points, Ellaby 11 points, Greg Brown 12 points, Nurkic 17 points per game. So these guys, everybody adds value in the NBA in their own right. So what do you guys think about tonight, this evening's matchup, or this afternoon's matchup with the Knicks and the Portland Trail Blazers? Let me start with he's not here. Well, I was going to start with Danny. Danny, if you hear me, you can come in a little bit to give your takes. So let's go, Andy. What do you think about this current matchup at 5 o'clock?
Listen, Ron, for me, Simons has to score like 50 to beat us. For me, it's like the whole Knicks versus Simons. I know Josh Hart, he can score in bunches, and the rest of the guys can, they're going to add something definitely. But that's the only player that can beat us. Even Nurkic, if he, whoops Mitch around, I don't think he's a player that can win them the game. So only Simons that has, that energy and that, cachet that can basically grant them the win. And listen, and they also, I said it before the season that they're going to tear it down, right? And it looks like they're doing it. And for me, I don't think they're going to look for W's that hard, along this road.
Yeah.
There's clearly in the rebuild mode. So, and I know that those players won't lay down and just, if they're asked even right to tank. But I think, that they realize, the longer the season goes and the situation, I think they realize that, they don't have any expectations. They win, they win. If they lose, they lose. Everybody's going to still be happy with it. I think clearly they're developing the young guys. And I really, deep in my heart, think that they tried to trade Nurkic and, just to tear it down to the ground, just leave Dame around. And I still think if they had a good offer for Dame, they would still do it. So for me, it's the Knicks versus Simons. If he, gets to beat us, that's going to be, a little bit of an upset as far as I see it.
Yeah.
Josh, what do you think about today's matchup against these Portland Trailblazers?
Definitely a winnable game. I think the Knicks are feeling themselves a little bit better than they did pre-trade deadline. I think that was a big one that we had the other night. And like Andy said, Portland's in a rebuild mode. I was surprised Nurkic even came back for this season. I was certain after that press conference that when they lost last season that he was done, but he was back. He's going to be an unrestricted free agent this offseason. So they don't really have nothing to play for. The Knicks, on the other hand, I think that they feel the heat, and they want to continue to play well. I think Julius has been playing better the past past week and a half, 2 weeks or so. So as long as Julius continues to be aggressive, attack the paint, I think we should come out with the W. It's going to be tough though, but I think we can definitely come out with the W tonight.
Yep.
Well, what are you thinking, D?
I'm thinking this. I think that when teams have been depleted, we haven't played too well this year. So I'm hoping that our West Coast, because in the West Coast, we did definitely move with pace better. And we did definitely speed up the game, and we looked a lot better that way. So I think if they come out with the same energy, I think we should be okay today. Also keep in mind that Portland is 4 for 8 in their last 12. They did get a W over the Los Angeles Lakers the other night. So we don't know if they could be riding high off that. A thing that's concerning me, besides Anthony Simons, is that Portland is 7th in the league in three-point makes and 7th in three-point attempts. And we've had a little trouble guarding the three this year. I hope we don't have a mentality where we're playing down to the competition. All of a sudden, Portland's hit 10 threes in the first half. I think that would not be good. And also, they are 11th in the league in steals per game and 9th in the league in steals per play. So that means they are active defensively, even when the defensive stats don't really translate to that. But for them getting that many steals, that means that these guys are running around. And because of our lack of dribble penetration, sometimes that can spell trouble for us. But besides from that, I think the West Coast trip was good for us, and I feel that this is a game that we could definitely win.
Yeah, I agree with everything each and every one of you have said. I think the same thing, and I think this is a winnable game. We need to. The Knicks want to do anything. They got to win this game because if they don't win games like this, then there's not much to talk about. Honestly, because these are not gimmies, but these are definitely games that they should be able to pull out. And then I wanted to ask you guys real quick before we get out of here, Andy and Josh, the question that I posed to everybody earlier, which was kind of the main idea of the show, is do you think that the Knicks at this point in time, after the way they've been playing with a little improved pace, the way Julius has been playing and kind of showing us, honestly, I mean, if you look at the small window of games, 5 or 6 games, this is most improved player Julius from last year. These are these same numbers he had. Do you think the Knicks are in position to make a run down the stretch? I'll start with you, Andy.
Of course. Of course, Ron. Listen, for Knicks, most fans don't realize that the Knicks can easily save this season. Just imagine us getting to the 10th seed and the Nets somehow drop to the 7. We win one game, and then we win the game versus the Nets. That game is going to be like the finals game for the Knicks, franchise. That would be fire. And if Knicks won that game, they could get swept in the first round in the playoffs after that. And the Knicks fans still would be happy. So, listen.
Now, Andy, seeing our schedule the next month and a half, do you think that 10th seed is actually viable?
Listen, we're only 2 games out of the 10th seed. So, for me,
but Atlanta's been hot, though. Atlanta's been playing good ball. I know Charlotte's decreased a little bit, but then now Brooklyn just got Ben.
They won 7
and Boston's been hot, right? Yeah. So
listen,
it's a little shaky.
Think, this is the NBA. Everybody can win a game, lose a game, and an injury can happen. Listen, I think 2 games for 25 whatever games we have left, it's not that much. If it was like 7 games, we were 7 games out, and it was like 25 games. Yeah, it's different. But 2 games, nah. 2 games is too easy, and we play plenty of East Coast teams. Also, I know that we go on that 6 game or 7 game.
It's a vicious one too.
Yeah, but I really think that as we see, even Julius plays way better on away games. So I'm happy about that. Too bad it's like Philly, and I think we got the Nets there, so it's like an East Coast trip. But I really think that that's gonna bring the team, and that's gonna be like. I think it's after that we have like 5 or 6 games only. So I think that's in the perfect moment to see if we're still in reach for that, play-in spot or we're out of it. So for me that's most important, but we can easily make a run. It's not like we're that far away from the play-ins, at least. I'm not counting on the 6th spot, but from the play-ins easily. And there's only 2 games to win to get into the playoffs. So
okay. All right. I hear you. Josh, what do you think, man?
Yeah, I absolutely agree that we can definitely make a run to end this season. I think, I'm not just aiming for 10th and 9th seed. I'm thinking 7th or 8th. I think that's definitely in play for us. Again, it's still a play-in, so you still have to go through that whole little thing. But like Andy said, we're not too far away from those. It's very, very tight between 7 and 10, or 7 and 11. Right, very, very tight. So the Knicks
even 12 with Washington too. And 13 with Washington.
DC. With DC. So we can definitely still do it. Again, it's not going to be enough to say that the Knicks have eclipsed anything they did last season, but I do think it's enough for us to still have something that we're playing for. And I think we can definitely get there with the NBA expanding it to 10 games, the playoff play-in situation. I think that's definitely in reach for us. And I think if we just pull off some games, win some games here and there, I think we can definitely get in there. So I think that they still have something that they can play for. Like it's not the season's not completely lost. And to see the kids and all that. Yeah, I just think we can still get there.
Yeah.
I think that the decline of Charlotte has really put a more perspective into it because they're 3-7 in their last 10.
When is the All-Star break? When is the All-Star break?
So we got 2 more. We have this game, right? And we have 2 more games, and then it's the All-Star break.
Yeah. And
I've never seen an All-Star game be that late in the season. That's pretty weird.
Yeah, it's going to be late. But listen, we have the next game. I think it's after Portland is Charlotte, I think, and then it's the Nets, which the Nets don't have. I don't think Simmons is going to be playing. Kyrie won't be able to play. And KD ain't going to be playing because he's out, further than the All-Star break. Mm-hmm. So if we don't beat those Nets,
why don't you think Ben won't be there?
Listen,
they said they projected him till after the All-Star break. I think.
Oh, did they? Okay.
Yeah. And
projection.
It will be crazy if he was saying that
probably conditioning and stuff like that too.
Yeah. And he was out with depression and stuff like that, and suddenly he just got traded and he's all well. So I think that would be a bad PR move for him.
Andy, that other game is Oklahoma.
Oklahoma, yeah. So listen, Oklahoma is also a young team, but they're also in tank mode, I think. So
yeah, we'll see.
So we can be there. Ron, to your answer, we can be there by All-Star break. In the play-ins.
If we go 3-0 this week, that's true.
Yeah.
Hey, man, listen, I think they can do that easily, and I would love to see it. And I think it gives them something to build off of. The only thing I'm worried about is we know the schedule is a doozy no matter where you look at it. But the only thing I'm concerned about is stability because I think this roster is still very in flux. And I think there's a way for us to get some contribution from certain players on the roster. But then we're also going to see other people coming back healthy. And how does Tibbs manage the roster at that point? Because that's what I worry about, because you can get some good production and good things happening from certain players between now and then. And then when those guys start to come back, what does Tibbs do then? Because you kind of break the momentum and you can change the dynamic of what's been working on the team. That's my fear. But other than that, I think I agree with everything else that's been said. And I think it's about that time that we should get up out of here. But before we do, I just want to get any final words from everybody that we have here today. Thank you once again to everybody who joined the panel: Uncle Freezy, Danny Landis, Sergeant G-Man, Stafford Don. Appreciate you guys. I think that was everybody. I hope I didn't miss anybody. But I thank everybody. And then, of course, my guests today, Andy, Josh, a.k.a. Uncle Fulio, D's Ballin'. Appreciate you guys, man. Thank you for being here. Andy, any final words, brother?
Listen, I'm happy that the game is at 5 because it's going to be 11 for me here. So I'm going to watch.
Oh, that's not bad. Okay.
We'll have a late night.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
let's get this done.
Well, Ron, thank you for having us. You know what I'm saying?
Oh.
You're a grade A class talent. And you're such a nice guy. You make it so easy for us to talk basketball and stuff like that. So we greatly appreciate the opportunity to do so.
Thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate you as always, D. And thank you for always kind of, holding me down, man. You've been in here from the giddy up, bro. You've been the long haul. We're at 4 hours and 24 minutes here, man. We're rocking the long way, bro. Josh, any final words, brother? And also, guys, if you haven't checked it out yet, because that's what I try to do. I can't catch everything when it's live. I try to catch it on the replay. Josh recorded a controversy while I've been on. So if you haven't checked that out yet, please go over to Nothing But Knicks channel and click on that controversy video and see what Josh has been talking about. I know I will. So definitely support him. And continue, Josh. What did you have to say? I'm sorry.
Well, I was going to say that, but thank you. I appreciate it. Check out the controversy. I know, a lot of people were here when I was doing that video, but definitely check that out. I had Rob the Nick on. He called out a lot of people from this Nick podcasting world. So we had some takes on what the Knicks did at the deadline. While we were content with that disclaimer, so definitely check me out. I got some pretty good things I had to say, and Rob did as well. So looking forward to you guys checking it out.
Wait, who would have thought, guys, Rob the Nick or any guest coming on the controversy with Uncle Fulio saying something controversial? Who would ever think that? Yeah, just saying.
That's what I do.
All right, okay. And D, do you have any final words, brother?
Oh, I gave mine already.
Oh, well, okay. I know if you have more. All right, I appreciate you, brother. Let me see. I'm gonna see if Danny, are you there?
I don't think he is.
Danny, going once. I saw some flickering, so I thought Danny came back. All right, well, Danny, I appreciate you. Thank you for your final words. It's always good to have you on the show. We'll see you next time, Danny. So, guys, once again, man, thank you for tuning in and thank you for rocking with me. Thank you to everybody that's been in the chat for supporting the show. We're continuing to grow. I think we're up to maybe 545 subscribers right now. So thank you for your support. Appreciate it. We're going to continue to grow, continue to give you guys great content. Hopefully you feel that it's good content for you. And like I said, I'm not too cool for school. I just got the shades on because the eyes was leaking a little bit, but I feel better now. Great suggestion by D's Ballin'. I think you're onto something, brother. I think you're onto something. So I might be cool like a cucumber the rest of the way, man. So this.
Hey man, I got you on that fruit and vegetable, and I got you on that fruit and vegetable planet herb diet too, bro.
Whoa, hold on, brother. Hold on, man.
Too far. I got you. My bad.
I told you I like my fried chicken with a little Satoranskis on top. Let's calm down, bro. Anyway, thank you guys as always for tuning in. I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna run the outro, as some people like to use that term. Wait, hold on one second. And definitely, guys, don't forget to tune into Nothing But Knicks. We got the NBK pregame going on at 4:15 p.m. So check that out. The game starts at 5, so you get a nice, good 45 minutes of great Knick talk. Support Nothing But Knicks, the channel, Sim, everybody. Josh, we don't know who will be over. It could be Josh, could be Andy, could be the Queen, could be Tom.
I'll be there today.
You never know.
I will be there.
Okay. All right, cool. Okay. All right, look at that. All right, good. So I'll definitely check that out as well. So thank you once again to everybody. Thank you in the chat once again. And we're gonna get up out of here. So we out.
Peace.